Y'all already know what the business is. Y'all already know what the business is. We about to get it popping. Might have a few technical difficulties, but y'all bear with us. You feel me? Let the theme music begin. About to get it popping. Who remember this game? Who remember this game? Might get a little hot. Might get a little sweaty. Might get a little real. Ready. And that's the great grand holy mother saying, start the motherfucking show. That's how she do, y'all. I thought I was gonna have me an intro. Sorry about that. I had to get it cut short. I came on late. I was supposed to start early. I came on late. And so therefore, you know, had to be a little something. Had to have me. You understand me? So I want to bring him in and see if his levels up. Let me see if them levels up. Let's do a testing right here, Brother Varner. You know, let's do
all right, how's the sound? We popping?
All right, let me see.
Are we popping? Are we popping or are we not popping?
Yeah, you popping. I think that's on my end. I gotta give me something better. That's all. All right, so
Ashay, what's right, good, man?
So we about to get it popping. Your people, Crumb TV dropping through.
Crumb should be dropping through, and we're gonna have this Matrix thing going, man. It's going.
All right. Duane McLean should be popping through, and we about to be in the building. You know what I'm saying? It's only right that the little people, you and I, you know, show up to the party first. You know, we the niggas show up at the club at 10 o'clock and shit. What the fuck these niggas doing at the club at 10 o'clock?
It's all good. We still leave with the girl.
Yeah. That's how they don't know. That's how you get the girl showing up early. That's when, you know, because the ladies get in free. The ladies get in free. The drinks, they drink for free at a certain time, so you got to get in there early.
Yo, man. Yo. Quick question. This is kind of off the topic, but you brought up the club piece, man. What's it like at the bounce clubs, man? I've been in New Orleans once. I've been listening to bounce since they put out that joint. Yeah. You know, DJ Jimmy put out that first wax. And then I started listening to some of the old stuff. So I've loved bounce all my hip hop life, I guess, man. So what's it like at a bounce club, man?
Man, shout out to New Orleans and bounce music. Take a good in the great essence of, you know, Mapuka, aka twerking, aka the club. Our clubs, the girls, like women in our city, girls like to twerk. That's what they do. Twerk it. If you go look up, if y'all Google who invented twerking, and they're gonna show you New Orleans invented twerking. Today's modern twerking, even though it's an old ancient African song and dance, that if you want to be technical, it is an actual seduction song and dance that
Yeah, it's a
African
fertility
women
dance.
perform called mapuka that African women perform to entice men. All right, so
And it's
when
real
you go to
enticing.
our clubs, and when you go to our clubs in New Orleans, the black clubs, you're gonna see girls bent over, touching their toes, twerking, doing splits. You know, you're gonna and the men, all the men do is stand around and sit and look, and everybody just watch each other, and like the women make it all worthwhile. You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
the
Okay.
women, the women make it all worthwhile, man. I remember sneaking into when I was like 13, 12, sneaking into Club Jane, going to see DJ Jimmy, man. So that's crazy you said DJ Jimmy.
Where they
Uh
at though? Where they
DJ,
at though?
yeah, DJ Jubilee, DJ Jimmy, you know what I'm saying? Like all of those all of those bounce pioneers, you know what I mean? They definitely play a big part in my musical, the way I do my music, they play a big musical influence. And music is like, the soundtrack of our lives, you know what I mean? So uh man, speaking of, the club, New Orleans scene. A lot of people don't know, man, that outside of the tourism and outside of the clubs that niggas going to and drink and have party and bullcrap there. They got hidden clubs. In New Orleans, magical clubs. In my city, magic is very for lack of a better word, in the open. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Talk, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Tell me about
So
it.
you know, me personally being, I like to consider myself a weirdo, right? Uh, a weirdo from New Orleans. You know what I mean? Not a weirdo in the term of that old pedophile shit, but a weirdo like, hey, when I was the only nigga in the hood listening to rock and roll music, and I was when black dudes when black everybody was trying to bump NWA, I was trying to bump Backstreet Boys and NSYNC type shit. You heard me? Or listening to some Three Doors Down or some you know you know I had musical influences. Cause I grew up around old folks, so jazz, me listening to old school oldies but goodies. That was my people used to couldn't stand when I pull up in the car playing my oldies but goodies. Um, yeah, so I got a real being a part of that magical scene. Got a chance to show me how many musicians in New Orleans actually practice sorcery, and
Ooh.
how many average regular ongoers and Joe blowers and people playing janers, how many of them actually practice, the craft, as we call it.
So are you
And
saying that witchcraft is real?
well, I mean, well, I always teach people, being a licensed ordained, minister and reverend, I always teach people that, witchcraft is very real, and the biggest cult, or the biggest magical cult and magical grimoire book on the face of the planet is Christianity and the Bible. Um, and so once you break down the levels of Christianity, you'll see that Christianity, paganism, and all the stuff, New Age, whatever they practice, atheism, whatever they practice, that's all borrowed from ancient black shamanism. Okay, ancient black shamans. All right, and ancient black shamans have, and the great thing about shamanism is that your it has to be basically birthed in you or given to you. It's not something that you can acquire over time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And say, okay, now I'm a shaman. No, yeah, man, you've been doing this since a yay high. You might have backslid, did this or that, but it's always been in you, always been around you, and now you're following the actual calling and able to do things magically that the average magical practitioners aren't able to do, right?
All right. All right. All right.
So shamans are basically natural born natural practitioners, and New Orleans has a lot of shamans. And the real shamans, until me, I'm not gonna lie, until me, the you had to get it by word of mouth. Uh, as far as the craft of New Orleans. It's not just, even though it's in the open, it's not just in the open for you to learn it authentically. It's in the open for you to see the benefits or see the fruits of it, but it's not open for you to say, hey, come to this school and come learn some root ancestral magic and, learn what this is and that is. No, it's until I came along and damn near got ran out of New Orleans. But they didn't run me out. They was just they did come to me because I was doing a lot of free stuff for people and free magic in the first quarter, and a lot of times that was stepping on the other magicians' toes because they charge you. You know what I'm saying? And I had discovered this FCA yoga stuff, and I was activating people's chakras all on the lake, activating people's chakras all through the first quarter, all on Canal Street, all uptown, downtown, East Bank, West Bank, third wall, fourth wall, fifth wall, sixth wall, all the walls. I'm activating people, and specifically the people who were gravitating to me at the time were the 18, 17, 14, 19, 20, 21 year, everybody under 20, 23 and under were the people who were gravitating towards FCA yoga at the time. So they didn't even have the money because they're all youngsters, you know what I mean? Like, they're all youngsters living off their parents and stuff like that, but they were willing to go through the FCA yoga. They were willing to, learn about, the basics of magic and sorcery. And that's how I began to shake and move in my city. And when I began to shake and move in my city, that's when the sorcerers and the wizards and the witches and the warlocks and the powers that be started to come out. Like, who are you? Right? On some fucking Groundhog's Day type shit. So, and I proved who I was. Every major magician in my city, that, that's really moving and shaking, with magic from all the way from New Orleans up to the Lafayette Bayous. They know about Christ, Lucifer, Eternal Prophet, Immortal Ra. That's who they know me as. And they know about this Choctaw, Chippewa, Native American Dunbar. My last name is Dunbar, and they know about my family. From the Seven Ward. A lot of them are Poisson Blanc, and it's just a lot of knowings that's going on when it comes to esoteric, mystical knowledges, and how they know Chakra Doctor, because Chakra Doctor was the dude that wasn't keeping the secret. Chakra Doctor that was dude that was preaching it on the bullhorn. Y'all motherfuckers need to wake up and start practicing magic. Y'all motherfuckers need to wake up and start practicing sorcery. Y'all motherfuckers need to wake up and start reading some books that you scared to read. You feel me? There was a book I was scared to read. It was called The White Man's Bible.
The White Man's Bible? I never heard of that.
Right here. All right, boom. Wait a minute. There was this book. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, and we got my other man's here. Boom. We got my other man's here.
What's going on?
The cipher continues.
So first and foremost, we're gonna do us a real Guardian of the Galaxy roll call in this motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Is he levitating?
No, I gotta leave. Let me leave it and let me put my camera on landscape. Let me put my camera on landscape.
But before I get to that, I was telling you,
do that.
Yeah, you feel me? I read the book called The White Man's Bible.
Never heard of that.
Man, you gotta read that book, man. It shows you about the beef and the colorism and the internal beef within the white society, and how the Jews are beefing with the Anglo-Saxon, and it's a real battle within the so-called powers that be's family. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if my man Duane. Can I get a testing from you, the master?
Peace. You hear me?
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we're good.
Y'all can hear? Y'all can hear him? Let me get my shit too, so I can hear everybody.
DMTV, man.
Nice to meet you, gentlemen.
Peace, Seko. God. I've heard some good things about you. Seko, Seko.
Seko Varner?
Yeah, man. Sorry.
Varner.
And the master steward. Nice to meet y'all.
Sorry for my uncoordination.
Yeah, man. I heard some good stuff about you, man. I heard you Oh, is that Ponder in the place?
No. No, sir. My apologies. Please forgive me.
All right. That's what's up, man.
Hey, bro.
That's what's up. Yo, man, while the Chakra Doctor's taking his time, man.
I get my
stuff together.
Yeah. Yo, man, tell us a little bit about yourself. Me and Crumb know each other, man. We work together, man. So I know this, bruh. But I've heard, Chakra said, like, you the truth.
I'll probably say as far as the content I create, I'm like the most rawest one, or the guy who goes the hardest on them. Everybody, they don't say the stuff I be saying. I take it to like the next level. Then with the titles, how I make them. So, but mostly my channel is about like conspiracies, breaking down if rappers are, in secret societies through the symbolism. If you follow the symbolism, you'll know that they're part of it. And I'm gradually trying to bring people in so we can start learning about the higher ups, like what's the next levels above it. So that's pretty much what my channel is focused on.
Okay. That's what's up. So what was your thought on the young Dolph killing?
I think it was fake. It was a hoax. Since I've been doing it, when I first started doing this, I was thinking that these celebrities were dying. Like I was like, oh, these guys actually dying. Then as the more I did my research and I started working, I'm like, these deaths just don't add up. They don't make a lot of sense. There's a lot of red flags, like especially with the young Dolph situation with Chakra Doctor. That's where he pointed out all this stuff to me. Is there's no blood, there's no shell casings. So I'd be thinking that a lot of these artists, they like to put up a lot of hoax. And I feel like these guys are all in on it. And it's also sending a message to the black man, especially our generation, that we always got to get killed. Basically keeping us at this lower level. But I think it was really a fake situation.
So we hold up before sorry to interrupt. We about to do a roll call, and we're going and we do the roll. We about to do a roll call. You dig? Let everybody introduce everybody for all of the people who don't know who everybody is. So I'm doing it in order. I always do it like to play it fair. I do it in order of subscribers. So Duane, get your 1 minute solo layout. Let everybody know who it is.
What's the deal, y'all? Boy,
get it popping.
Duane McLean TV. That's what the DMTV stands for. Duane McLean TV. Coming out of North Carolina. Been doing YouTube about 2 or 3 years. A lot of Illuminati conspiracy theories. A lot of breaking down people through the symbolism. Got the rawest content on YouTube. I'm the #1 Illuminati exposer. Everybody go subscribe to the boy.
Already. And then next up on the mic, you know what I mean, is my man right here, Crumb TV, the master student.
Peace and love. I'm your humble brother, Crumb, the master student. I am the CEO of Crumb TV. 60,000 on Facebook, 25,000 on YouTube. I had 25,000 on Instagram. They took that platform. I'm basically the student who just does teachbacks. I specialize in obscure information. I specialize in all information from a Black perspective. I am all about my people. I am your favorite racist. That's probably the best thing that's kind.
Why they call you the favorite racist?
Well, that's a self-adorned moniker. I am your favorite racist because I'm probably one of the few who has balls to stand in the face of racism, to study racism, to study the in the art of war, we must study our enemy. Most Black people just want to get along with white people. They just want to go to work and figure out how to make their way in the system. I am all for exposing the beast, exposing the lies, and to convince my people that we will never have anything as long as these people are on Earth.
Okay. Wait a minute. We about to get it popping, man. Hold on. Next up, we got my man's right here. You feel me? Seko Varner, let's get it.
All right. Well, I'm Seko Varner, Mr. Empowerment. Our channel is changing. So my channel is really kind of focused now on empowerment and power dynamics. So when we walk in the room, we can take control of the room. We're focused on power dynamics and empowerment. Previously, our channel was focused on, sharing Black conscious videos from some of our master teachers. We had Dr. John Henrik Clark. We had some Dr. Ben Heineken up there. We had Barashango up there. We had Peace to the New Ancestor, Renoko Rashidi up there. Had some Dr. Umar, some other stuff that we had. So we were really kind of focused on providing the world with this great content from some of our master teachers. Now I'm focused on empowerment. So I tell people I used to be a part of the conscious community for a long period of time. Now I'm really kind of focused on empowerment. I'm part of the empowerment community. So I'm your humble brother. Well, no, I'm not humble. I'm your crew, bro. Seko Vaughn and Mr. Empowerment.
All day, and y'all already know, man. You know, let me get it in. Infinite love, eternal truth, and peace be to you. I come to you in the name of the Creator, Goddess, through the precious elements of fire, earth, air, water, and ether. I am Christ, Lucifer, eternal prophet, the immortal Ra. Y'all know me as Reverend Rance Dunbar, the Chakra Doctor, the number one nigga in this game that's bringing that magic to the forefront and destroying the so-called pedophile elite, the human traffickers, pedophiles, rapists, racists, Satanists, necrophiliacs, healing cancer, healing AIDS. I'm healing over 25,000 people, heal over 30,000 bottles of miracle food sold and counting, and we still getting it popping, man. I love to network with my black people. I love to network with my black people. Without us, this world would not be in existence or running the way it is. So therefore, if we're diseased, then the world is diseased. And I feel like when we heal mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, everything else is just gonna come together like butt cheeks. You just got to keep on twerking. So we about to lay up there.
I love it. Keep on twerking. Keep on twerking. Yo, that's like that Knee Deep, the song Knee Deep by Parliament Funkadelic. It didn't twerk. No, it wasn't funky. All right. First time I heard the word twerk on a song.
But man, you were just talking about the club in New Orleans and twerking, and Mapuka being the dance, and I'm a Native American that gets a chance to see Black Native Americans every year for Mardi Gras. I get to see our Native American history that is here, as well as our ancestral African American history. So yeah, man. What's going on, Master Teacher? Look like you doing something else, bro. You got something else you're doing? You got something more important you need to be doing, bro? What's popping?
Me?
Yeah, you, Master Teacher. Look like you doing something else in the background. We trying to build with you, and you already preoccupied, bro. What's going on?
No. I was telling my family about you. He said his name is Christ Lucifer. And I said, they said, I like this guy.
When I first met him, that threw me off. He's like, "What's going on? I'm Lucifer." I'm like, "What the?" He called me. Like, "Hey, this is Lucifer." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, but we gotta reclaim what they stole, right, Master Student? So one thing I like, so I went to your channel, and one thing I seen on your channel that really said I gotta talk to this guy. It was the Moors creating the Bloods and Crips short that you did on the YouTube, and from your master student perspective, man, I want to what is your take on all of that? The Moors creating such institutions. I am a firm believer that the power structure up there. The Moors is really, really up there. The whites are subservient to Moors. So a lot of people call it white supremacy, but I call it black illusion, because last time I checked, the Pope got to bow down and kiss the feet of the blacks, and they got to worship the black nobility. And every year, all of the white people got to worship the black Madonna. And there's a big faction of whites that actually worship secretly or in open, worship our blackness. And so for you to bring that to the forefront and say, well, this part of our blackness, called the Moors, created a part of our blackness that's destroying the society. How did you even, come up to that, or what led you to that, that end that, the Moors created this, the gangs and things of that nature.
Damn good video too.
Yeah, I gotta check that out after we finish this.
When we say gangs,
yeah, you can find that on Crumb TV.
Hello, you can hear me, Crumb?
Yo, it looks like the FBI is trying to stop
like
this.
Yeah, I can hear you, but it seems like there's a little bit of...
Yeah. Let's
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly now.
It's a little jumpy.
Yeah, there's a little twerking in there. It's like a little crackling, like you're, eating Rice Krispies. It's a good
Yeah,
beat. I can dance to it.
Yeah, I'm hearing that
Hold
too.
up. You might want to. We're gonna remove you and then come back.
Yeah, I like his topics though about getting rid of the we never going to leave while they people on the planet. And then I got to watch this video about the Moors. He said the Moors started gangs. I always was thinking that I heard that it's Freemasons started, but when you come to find out, the Moors started Freemasonry, right?
Yeah.
From my studies, man. Yeah. From my studies, the Freemasons were studying ancient Kemetic science. All right, the Moors were, what's the word I want to say, when somebody dies and you pass on something, they inherited. The Moors, the people that we call Moors, proper, the ones who actually invaded Spain, Hannibal, things of that nature. Those people we call Moors brought with them information they inherited. And so you'll see connections between the rites of Freemasons, the Scottish rites, the Prince Hall rites, and you'll see connections with ancient African, Kemetic traditions and symbolism. And you'll also see some really connections with some of the things that happen in E5. And it's really like the same thing. And like Chakra Doctor and I were talking about earlier, the European has really been craftful in taking our rituals, our practices, and just making them prettier.
Right. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Moors starting Freemasonry or hijacking Freemasonry or infiltrating Freemasonry or whatever you like to call. I feel like the CIA are run by the Moors. I feel like the whole structure of white supremacy is ran by black folk. That's why I don't call it white supremacy. I call it black illusion. My occultic journeys and my occultic magical masteries have put me in a position to see what rich white folk do, what rich Indian folk do, what rich, all these rich so-called powers that be do. I done met billionaires, I done met Mark Cuban, I done met them all. Especially when I was battling in Hollywood. And the one thing that they all have in common is that they love to secretly worship niggas, black folk, period, on all levels. They acknowledge it amongst themselves that, hey, these are the gods. We know this here. It's the public who they hit you with the double speak. So in there in chaos magic, there's something called double speak, where they say one thing but they actually mean another. So when they say all praises be to God, they're actually talking about the devil. When they say, I love all black people, they're really saying fuck all black people. I hate all black people. I don't. Are we coming in clear, master student? Can you?
That kind of goes along with what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing stated in the Iceman Inheritance.
I can hear you perfectly. I think I got some.
Yeah, you got some feedback going on. You got some. I don't know what you got going on your side with the feedback.
Yeah, and to elaborate on your topic more about how they do stuff backwards.
Can I get some headphones?
Yeah, they work better with the headphones. Yeah, these are here work the best. They don't work good.
Yeah, we all got the bit. Yeah, we all got the headbuds and the earbuds, so that's maybe what it is.
Yeah, but just started doing this with the cell phones. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, her whole Iceman Inheritance piece was like, they love and hate us so much at the same time that they had to enact steps to make sure that they were able to take over because we were innately in a position to run things and we were running things. And that's a quick synopsis. That doesn't go into all the details that she gave, but peace be upon her. But that kind of, it's interesting that you bring that up, bro.
So give me an example of how they worship black people, secretly.
Well, so all 32 and 33 degree Freemasons, they got to number one, they got to swear oath by the Quran, they got to swear oath by the Bible, and they got to swear oath by Black Madonna. They got to swear oath by the Black Christ Child. They also have to, they also have to pay homage to the noble Drew Ali, okay, for being the vehicle to push Freemasonry into the to the Caucasians' hands, as well as multiple different hands. If you see right now, all of the different factions, black things that's going on right now, that was all sprung from the seed of the Caucasian indoctrinating Noble Drew Ali. If you go look back, the Fraud Muhammad. I don't like to call him Farad. I call him Fraud Muhammad. All right, his name. So Fraud Muhammad, aka David L, used to be under the wing of the Moors, right? David L used to be under the wing of the Moors. When Noble Drew Ali left or died, he thought he was going to be the one that was going to be in charge of the Moorish Science Temple of America. They didn't let him be in charge, so he went and started the Nation of Islam with Elijah Poole, and this is how the Nation of Islam got started. So you got to understand, all of this shit come from the same vehicle, of the same oligarchy, this hierarchy that goes up, and at the top there's a few, and that few trickles down commands to the many. And so all of them have to pay homage to Noble Drew Ali, especially when you're going from 32nd to 33. You gotta openly pay homage to Noble Drew Ali. So I can show you. I could get you. Y'all can talk, and I could Google white Freemason paying homage to Noble Drew Ali, 32nd degree, trying to get into his 33rd. And 33 degrees is not the highest degrees. Those are just called the mundane degrees. The degrees that your politician can make it to, the degrees that your judge can make it to. But the ones who are actually practicing sorcery, spells, sigils, readings, candles, the whole nine. Remember, they practice chaos magic, so their whole magic is inverted and perverted. Oh, we got my man's back in. Let's see.
Inverted and perverted. So
inverted and perverted. So they take black people shit and they inverted and perverted. Let's get a testing for my man's right quick.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We still have a little bit of twerking in his mic, though.
If I could go back to what you were saying before about the gangs. The gangs for us, the melanated people, started as a form of protection. Honestly, the word gang is a poor description of what we had. When you're dealing with a gang, you're dealing with a criminal element. When our first gangs had no criminal element, it was basically self-defense. The first gang came from the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam had the Minister of Defense from Temple number 14, and was Clarence 13X. Clarence 13X was teaching children. They said, we don't want you to teach the children. I'm sorry? I thought.
No, I was just giving peace to the brother Clarence. And when you talk about Father Allah, we're supposed to say peace. So.
Well, you already know. Look, hold up. Before you begin, Master Teacher, while you telling me, now you already know I got a big old motherfucking hang up with the Nation of Islam. You already know me and Chakra Doctor is fuck the Nation of Islam. Y'all ain't helping black people. You already know it's fuck the Moors because y'all ain't helping black people. Look, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm at as a man, right? This is where I'm at as a man. Even though it may have started out good for the community, they ain't helping the community now. See, I'm a right here and right now type of brother, right? And the last time I checked, what's the one thing that we can go to without believing in Allah that Farrakhan got for us? Why is black people coming to me to get exemption from the jab and not going to the Nation of Islam to get exemption from the jab? See, this is one of the problems I got with these so-called black vehicles that say they our leaders. Because when it's time to really hunt for us and it's time to really put on for us, they're nowhere to be found. I haven't seen RZA Islam do not one motherfucking video that say, hey y'all come and get y'all religious exemption under Allah from the Nation of Islam. I never seen the Moors come out and say, hey y'all, come to the Moorish Science Temple of America and come get your motherfucking vaccine exemption. I never seen the Hotep people, the Hebrew Israelites, all of them are religious exemption. All of this is religious exemption. This is the religious institutions. None of them got on air like I got on air. Hey, fuck the white folk. Come get your vaccine exemption from me, and it's on YouTube, right? So this is the hang up I got, Master Student. I love our people, but I do know that there are a big faction among our people that hold our people back simply because they don't want to let us grow, still holding on to the old. right?
Ooh.
And so when it goes to when it goes to I'm just gonna ask you, brother. I'm just gonna ask you because you're the master student, so you obviously you're an observer. So show me one thing that the Nation of Islam have that black people can go benefit from economically without having to believe in Allah.
Well, I'm not a Nation of Islam advocate. I was just going through the historicity of the gangs. Whether we like the Nation of Islam or not, the historicity is still there. But
that's what I was saying.
did
Like, that's what I was trying to tell you. Like, hey, the historicity said that this gang was made to help black people, right, and protect black people. Okay, show me any historicity when they were actually helping and protecting black people. Because the same years that you mentioned that it was existing, black people was catching hell, and we don't see nothing in the history books or correlated in the crime logs that said the Nation of Islam went to war for us to protect our community. I'm talking about
well, hold on.
I'm talking about actual war, not that marching in the street, not that marching in the
No,
street
no, no, no,
signing
no, no, no.
petitions.
Well. I think you're going left. Do you know the story of Clarence 13X?
Oh, I'm not talking about Clarence the 13X. That's the brother.
In,
That brother. Okay.
in order to understand the timeline of historicity, in terms of gangs, you can't talk about it unless you talk about Clarence 13X. Because if we do that, we're going left field. The Nation
remember,
of Islam
I'm an ex-Crip. When I
right,
got
now
indoctrinated,
keep in mind, West Coast gangs came later.
not West
This
Coast.
is talking
Remember,
about black people in history. Black people don't know history. You can't talk. You can't talk about Jesus before you talk about Moses. You can't do it. So now when you try to talk about West Coast gangs prior to East Coast gangs, you're going to get people confused because you're skipping timelines. You can't put the cart before the horse. We must stay true to history.
The reason why I'm addressing the West Coast gang because the West Coast gang culture is the prevalent gang culture that ruining Black America.
Well, that's Johnny come lately. That's Johnny come lately. A lot of times black people only know current events. Current events is not history. History is not current events.
Oh no, I'm not coming from
because of popularity. Sure.
I'm not coming from a historical standpoint. What I told you, I'm coming from a right now standpoint. Right now.
If we're talking about right now, then there's no point to ask about the history. If you want to talk about the history, there's no point to talk about right now. We can do either or, but we can't do both, not at the same time.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you give the history first, and then we're gonna get into the right now. Go.
There we go. So now, Nation of Islam had a defector. A defector. Clarence 13X was a part of Malcolm X's temple. We saw the movie where Malcolm X walked 3 blocks. Within those 3 blocks, he amassed maybe 3,000 people. After that, the enrollment for Temple number 14 exploded, including that of Clarence 13X, who was the Minister of Defense. He just came back from the Korean War. The Minister of Defense was teaching children, not Malcolm X having a problem with this, but the NOI establishment had a problem with that. But Clarence 13X was already going to leave because Clarence 13X was walking around with a picture of Farad Muhammad in his back pocket, and every chance he would get, he would let the Nation of Islam know, hey, did you know this guy looked like that? And so eventually he left. Once he left, he associated himself with a youth movement. Because remember, the gang started as a youth movement. The youth movement was started by Clarence 13X, and at the time in Bronx, there was nothing but white people up there, particularly Italians. If you've seen the movie A Bronx Tale, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So in the Bronx, these Trojan kids were getting their asses beat. So then Clarence 13X organized the children so that they weren't getting beat up anymore just from walking back to school. If you want to say that's a gang, because remember, a gang has to have a criminal element to it. The first didn't have any criminal element to it. It was simply.
And I'm not even talking, man. So let's clear the communication up. I don't consider that gangs neither. I call that black men doing their thing, and that was a wrap. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the official, real gangs, the criminal element. The Tukey Williams started the Tookie Williams CIA started Crips. The Larry Hoover and the Larry Hoover started GD this right here. The people who started the current day gangs who are running society. I don't consider the Black Panthers a gang.
GD wasn't really a gang. GD wasn't really a gang.
Remember, I'm talking about current day. I'm not saying the history. I'm not talking about the history. I'm talking about I'm talking about when I say the gangs I'm mentioning, I'm saying these gangs, these particular gangs, the gangs that they call the Bloods, the Crips, Vice Lords, the GDs, and the current day gangs that our black children, the flag that our black children is rocking in their pockets every day. That's what I mean when I talk about gangs, right?
Do you know what the Vice Lords motto is?
Yes, the Vice Lord. That's what grabbed it. The Vice Lord's motto is the Moors motto.
Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice.
So but they don't bring love, truth, peace, freedom, or justice. So the hell with the Vice Lords. See what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. You have these, remember, because I come up under the crib, Constitutional Revolution of Independent People. I'm not that no more, but I remember getting put down under the six. I'm 60. I remember getting put down under the Star David, the 6-point star. I remember my homie joining blood getting put down under the 5. Okay, so understand, I'm from the streets, and I didn't understand. I'm getting in. Remember, you probably grew up and had master teachers around you that taught you some stuff when you were younger. My master teacher was my mama, and she taught me witchcraft. She taught me Jesus and the Bible and spirituality, right? So I came in from the mystical aspect of the game, and then coming in from the mystical aspect of the game. My mom died on me when I was 16, and that led me even deeper in the streets, and that's how I ended up, cripping when Crips came down, because the Crip wave came down, the Crip blood wave came down to New Orleans for a quick. It didn't last that long because we killed everybody killed each other, but I do remember all of my homies are dead from that shit, bro.
I'm not laughing at your homies. That we had ancestors because of that behavior. I'm laughing because you made a joke and this shit was funny.
Yeah, I know. I made a joke because they dead as a mug right now from that wave. And so when I talk about I'm talking about the actual that clip that I seen on your show when you said, the Vice Lords anthem. The Vice Lords anthem is truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And this is the Moors fucking doctrine. Okay? So I've always been a researcher of the Moors. I was about to join the Moors. I was also about to join the, everybody. I was about to join the Moors. I was also about to join Nation of Islam. I was on a search finding myself as a young black man, and I was about to do a lot of things, until I started researching those particular things. So the one thing I did learn, all right, after coming into enlightenment and leaving the streets alone, it was like, damn, some of this shit mirrored the gang shit I was doing. Right? You see people going through these hazing rituals in college, and this is the same hazing ritual they put you through to join Crip, get beat up for 60 seconds. You see the same stars, and you see the same rhetoric, and you see all of the different things that these gangs sentiment, and it mirrors Freemasonry. It mirrors the Moors. You got actual Freemasons themselves coming on camera. I can show you white Freemasons that pay homage to the Moors. I show you the black Freemasons that give homage and honor to the Moors. So when I seen that, I'm coming from the perspective of current day, right now gangs who are destroying America, right? Who are destroying, when I say destroying America, black America, because they ain't destroying America, they're destroying black neighborhoods. They ain't destroying no white neighborhood. They're destroying black neighborhoods. So my thing is, what is your take on this particular vehicle that has been hijacked when it all started off as, kumbaya, some black folk gonna get together and protect some black folk neighborhoods. And now it's turned to, this gang, shoot 'em up, bang, bang, black man, everybody killing everybody type of thing that's going on. What is your opinion and take on that? Like, do you feel like the Moors succeeded, or did we succeed or did we fail?
Well, when you're dealing with anything under white supremacy that we do, we have to understand, the reality is we don't have a culture, and if we do, it's a backwards culture. You know,
Do we
everybody.
or don't we? But think about it. You just said white supremacy, right? But is it white supremacy when all black people do is just got to wake up and stop doing what we're doing? Will it still be white supremacy?
I'm sorry, say that again.
All right. So you said white supremacy, and I said, well, first and foremost, Duane. Before I get up, Duane, what do you feel about white supremacy? First and foremost.
There's a, it's kind of real. Like, white people do look out for each other. Like, there's a video of a politician saying we don't want to get no black folk on because they're going to bring all the people on. But that's, like you said, black people got their stuff together. There wouldn't be no whites. We'll be good. We work on our businesses. But we give them the supremacy. That's what it is. I feel like we give the white person the supremacy. We make it a scene to where we can't be our own bosses, so we go work for them. We don't try to go out and make our own internets or Googles or Silicon Valleys. We go rely on them. So that's where the white supremacy comes from. It kind of exists, but it don't exist.
And so, Master, Mr. Crumb, because I heard you mention white supremacy, and that's a big popular propaganda word that our people use to point the finger at why we make $2 trillion a year out of the economy, but we still ain't got shit. Mm-hmm. So, why do you call it white supremacy when it's clearly obvious that we make $2 trillion? That's the sixth largest country. Just 40 million. These 40 million black people make $2 trillion a year out of this economy, but we still calling it white supremacy. Why do you think that is?
Money doesn't equate to power. So no matter how much money you have, that doesn't mean, you have any power or anything like that. And I think, we are the perfect.
You said money doesn't equate to power?
Correct. Money doesn't equate to power.
So why are the top 10 powerful genres of beings that are running the industries, they're filthy rich with money that you can't even count?
No. They're not filthy rich with money. They have resources. That's the thing black people don't understand. We don't understand the difference between resources and power.
Well, remember, resources isn't resource not a part of like money? Can't you get money off resources?
Yeah. And you can get money from resources. You can never get. You can get money from the resources, but the resources are the end all be all. Go back to the Civil War. Remember after the Confederacy collapsed.
Okay.
Remember. Every dollar from the Confederacy was no more good. Mm-hmm. So now all the millionaires who had the Confederacy's currency was called greenbacks. All the Southern Confederates who had 1 million greenbacks, after the war was over, they were powerless. Their money meant nothing. Their power was negotiated. Power is based off resources. That's the reason they went to war in the first place. America. The Union was competing with Europe over the textile industry. They were fighting for resources. Nobody's ever fought for money.
Right.
Black people fight for money, but that's because we don't have any resources.
And so with that being said, so you're saying that in order for black people to acquire resources, what's the main thing that we need?
Money.
No.
No.
Remember, every great international nation was not built with money. Every great international company was built off what?
People.
Go back to World War II.
People.
Every great international power was built with what? And it wasn't money. Come on, guys. We got to go through history.
It was built with people.
What?
Slave labor.
People.
Not money. Slave labor.
Yeah,
you
people.
are the money.
Yes.
You're the currency. That's what black people don't understand. Black people think we're going to get a bunch of money and make some shit happen. Money don't make nothing happen. You make everything happen.
But
you the currency.
But if you ain't got the money...
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute.
What can you do?
Hold on, wait a minute, Duane. Wait a minute. I 100% agree with Crumb. I tell you this all the time with the money magic. I said the first thing money magic is going to bring you is the resources, people, because that's the real money. I said, what would you rather have, $1 billion or 1 billion people?
So what do you mean? Like, I get the resource: oil, land, cotton.
No, people. No, listen. A person is a soul. That soul comes with a skill. That soul comes with a dream, a vision, a goal, an energy that can work for years and years and years and years. It's a battery, like the Matrix said. You know, they use us as these batteries in these factories, right? And we work our engines out, and for 20, 30 years, the biggest part of our years. And then next thing you know, when our battery run out, they send us to the battery shop, and you know, they let us retire, right? So
I got it. I'm gonna hear more on Master Student's point though. That sounds like he gets to some good spots.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go back to Hitler. How did Hitler even compete in World War II? Anybody know?
He had people.
He had people, not money.
Nope, he had an army. He had a army. He had a gang. He had a gang.
And he wasn't paying them. He was brainwashing.
You need manpower.
Yeah, manpower.
Every great international.
You remember that, Steven? You remember that? Do you remember that? People still probably go work for these people today. I don't know. They're in the South, but this company called Manpower. You ever heard of a company called Manpower LLC? Right. The temporary service.
The temp service.
Yeah. The fucking label. The free. Hey, and guess what? And this is how you know, man. Look, this is how you know. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Am I still on it, or are we still?
I think we're still on. I don't know.
Okay. Seko, everybody's gone.
You don't see me?
Yeah, well, I mean,
all right here. I'm sorry, y'all.
Oh, there we
go.
Can you hear me? Technical difficulty. Yeah, your screen dark. That's why
I got to leave out and come back. It glitches sometimes. So let me leave out and come back.
Leave out and come back. Bro, listen, Crumb. Listen, bro. I ask my wife, ask everybody who I teach, bro. I teach people that there's no such thing as cash. There's no such thing as dollars. The only thing that matters is your current and your time. Remember, time is money. And the time that you spend at that job, they give you a receipt called a check. And you're able to take that receipt and go present that receipt, aka promissory note, to different establishments to represent the time you spent to create that little piece of dollar, right? So that dollar is just an instrument. It's just an instrument that represents the time that you spent. And people are the only thing that can pay attention, time. So I'm 100. I was just picking your brain, bro, because that's, you know, I gotta see where the like minds are at, bro, because you know what I mean. I'm definitely a big, because number one, you know, I teach high sorcery, and high sorcery is accepting, number one, activating and accepting the God within. You know, the Bible says, I say that ye are God's children of the Most High. Jesus say that we are God's. You know, the Bible says that we are God's. And if we don't start acting like gods, we won't get a God's reward. We're acting like humans expecting God's reward. We're acting like demons expecting the angels' reward. So I always teach them, you know, first and foremost, let's understand that ye are God. This is what Hotep means. You did acknowledging the God in me sees the God in you. You understand? And so for the fact that we've taken the first thing that robbed us of God was going worship the white God. When I go to the Chinese church, the Chinese man is worshiping a God that looked like a Chinese man. The Indian man got the Indian God. The Asian man got the Asian God. The black man, the only man that ain't got a black God. That's why I said make Jesus black again. See, make Jesus black again, bro. You feel me? And use the psychological effect that I have on our children just going and praise a black man. You know, the energy, the energy that flows to that. Remember, energy flows where attention goes, and people are the money. When women start worshiping a black savior, I guarantee you the relationship between black men and black women will change.
No question.
The reason why black men and black women can't truly get along, because y'all go to church every Sunday and worship a white man. And y'all give y'all energy to the white man every Sunday, and then come look at me and tell me, oh, stupid ass nigga this or stupid ass nigga that. But you get on your knees and you bow down and you praise that white cock every Sunday. Every Sunday you praise that white cock. Every Sunday. And especially in the Bible Belt. I'm in the South, the Bible Belt, you know, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and you go to the Black Baptist churches. Number white Jesus on their wall, man. white Jesus on their wall. But how y'all going to worship white Jesus when the white boy is across seas worshiping the black Madonna and the black Jesus? This is the part that behooves me. It's like, bro, I met some Africans, man. Bro, to me, Africa sleep. I don't think Africa got more woke black people than America black people. I talk to them, man, and they all sleep, bro. You know what I mean? I talk to them and they all sleep. You start telling them about Egypt, they be like, what is this? You know what I mean? What the fuck? You see what I'm saying? You start telling them about you Christ and your Jesus and you're Jesus and the devil, nigga. You supposed to combine the two and become a Super Saiyan, motherfucker. They start calling you everything but the child of God. So,
right. Well, they were colonized, man, and that colonization first started in the mind. We were those of us who were taken to the the North Americas. We were enslaved. I think that does something very different to the mind.
Okay, so wait a minute. I got another thing, Crumb. Let's get it, bro. Hold up. What's up with this? They brought black people over from Africa bullshit y'all on, bro. Tell me. Show me one slave ship, and I'm gonna shut up. I go in the museum right now. I can see World War II motherfucking ships. I can even see the ships that brought over the Viking ships. They got old Viking ships.
Right.
That's in the museum. But you can't show. They said that we came on a good ship, Jesus. Where that's at? They said we came on the three Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492 with the Mayflower and the Merryweather, whatever.
Right. The Pinta and the Santa Maria.
They don't got none of that. I said, wait a minute. So how are they telling me they killed 200 million? They transported 200 million niggas. Now remember, they transported 200 million niggas over a span of a couple hundred years, they say. So much so that they say that the hurricane follows that route and the sharks change their route because so many black people got thrown in the ocean and all of this shit.
Yeah, that part we know was suspect. That was suspect.
Wait a minute. I'm saying, which more, and you thinking like an economist, which more is cost effective? Transporting 200 niggas across the terrain that you might not make it in, or going and invade the terrain where niggas already at, and look at your features. Look at all our features right now. Look at Crumb. Crumb does not look like an African. He looks like a Native American. Look at Varner. Varner looks like a Native American. Look at you. Look at me. We're all black men right here, and we all look like Native Americans. Look at our high cheekbones. Look at our slender noses. All four of us got slender noses. Look at our high cheekbones. Look
Bro, you can find that in Ethiopia too, though. You can find that in Eritrea. You can find that in Ethiopia. You can find that quote-unquote high cheekbone thing. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you because,
Slaves from Ethiopia. Wait a minute. Slavery was of the West. They said the slavery was of the West African, not Ethiopian, not the people you just named. They said the children of slaves. They say we are the children of the West African slave trade. Not Ethiopia is not in West Africa.
No. What I'm saying is, I was saying that you can't simply go on phenotypical features, because those phenotypical features can be found throughout the motherland.
Well, I'm not.
Now, but let me say this again. I don't disagree that there were, in all the documents that I've been reading ever since I read Leon Bennett when I was in high school. They came before Columbus. I've studied Ivan Van Sertima, and Dr. David, what's Dr. David's book? The first Americans were Africans, documented proof. So my point is, I don't disagree with that. I'm simply saying that the evidence that we point to is real speculative, man. It's real speculative.
Black empowerment. I need you or master student to prove me wrong so I can come on here and say I'm wrong.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm simply saying that's not all the evidence, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let's just revisit that story of the slave ships. So they got a bunch of slaves on slave ships, and they sent them where?
All right.
Where are you saying they sent them to?
No,
they sent them to the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago, because those were the seasoning places, and Brazil.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. We're talking about. Look, we're going to talk about this. Let's talk about this right quick. No matter where they sent them to, there would be a heavy evidentiary record of 200 million black people being transported. Now,
I think it was 2 million. I don't think it was 200
No,
million.
they go look it up. They say
It was 200 million.
They say, am I lying, Master Student?
You got to go by time period, man.
No, Master Student, he the one on the history. He the history man. History man, am I lying?
What?
Okay, so
you got to go by time period.
That's
so
false,
history.
man.
So history says.
You got to go by time period.
History teaches. No, we're going to go over the 200-year span of time. The 200-year span of time. They said that we black people were invaded by the whites and the Moors, the pirates of the Caribbean. This is what the whole movie is all about. Pirates of the Caribbean. The Moors in the form of Moses came and took the whites out of the Dark Ages with motherfucking Moorish science, aka borrowed Cometicism. Okay.
True.
All right, and they took them out of the Dark Age, gave them the fire stick because the Moors invaded the fire stick, gave them the occultism, okay, and they came and invaded the West African. This is documented. The wars with the Moors and their newly bred Caucasian fucking pets came and invaded. That's what it shows.
And the ones that the Moors enslaved, because the Moors enslaved a lot of Europeans and brought them over to Morocco.
Remember.
And could I add value to what Seko was saying? Let's go through the time period. 1492, Columbus sails the ocean blue. 1491, Battle of Granada, where the Europeans beat the Moors. The first slaves in America were white slaves. The white slaves came after everything was done. Black slavery doesn't come into the 1800s. This is like 200 years after slavery begins. White people don't even bring anybody to the mainland until way later.
Not in big numbers.
Hold up. The Bible proves this. Why? Because guess who the children of Israel enemy was? Egypt, and Egypt is black folk. Last time I checked, they're called Israelites. Israelites. You feel me? So therefore, when Moses said, "Let my people go," he was saying, that was white folks saying, trying to get free from black folk. Inverted story, because we know that's a borrowed, plagiarized story of Kemet. But our art always mimics our life, okay? And they don't do the ritual, and they don't do the ritual of the burning sands and Freemasonry for nothing, my brother. Do you know what the ritual of the burning sands is, my brother? The white man has never forgot when we marched his ass across the burning sands, and put him in the Caucasus Mountains and housed him up and put him in the Dark Ages. See, look, I did my research now because I'm an occultist. I did my research now because I know how.
Talk that talk, bro. Talk that talk, bro.
So when a 32nd degree gone into the 33rd degree, they got to do the ritual of the burning sands. And when they do that ritual, that is the commemoration and remembrance of when we marched the albino out of the motherland, because they wasn't acclimating to the system right. The sun was burning them, they was tripping. We was babies making babies. We was babies making babies. We was babies trying to copy off the Anunnaki, the people who gave us the technology in the first place. You know, the ones that's living in the inner earth monitoring this shit already, okay? And they ain't never left. It's just a game. But we laid up there and we gave them that. We brought them over there. They got a movie called Doomsday. Go look at it. It's when they're encased into this wall. And that's what that wall shit all about. The walls of Jericho, okay? That is the wall we put white folks in so that they can naturally die, because they're recessive. So we figure, hey, put them in the wall, they're gonna kill each other off. Guess what? They fell into the Dark Age, a 500-year Dark Age. This is where their cannibalism comes from. This is where their vampirism comes from. This is where their pedophilia comes from. This is where their molestation, that and the Ice Age, the Dark Age and the Ice Age. That's where all of these traits come from, these cold-blooded, lack of melanin traits, as well as the history that's ingrained within the DNA. So they remember this. Now, remember this. They remember this. But they also remember who liberated them from that sphere. And the person that liberated them from that sphere are the guys you like to call the Moors. Okay? The Moors ran Europe for 1,000 years. And then they succeeded it and appeared. Remember, I told you this shit WWE. It looked like they went to a war, nigga. Nah, nigga. The Moors gave that shit to Isabella, nigga. And they went underground as the hidden hand you like to call white supremacy. But last time I checked.
That's interesting. So you're saying in 7-Eleven they weren't excised. You were saying they went underground. So when we say go, thank heaven for 7-Eleven, we're really, Okay. All right.
Six and eight running
All
mates.
right.
You already know about 4s and 10s. So you got to understand how this game we in. See, you feel me? You got to
DMTV, man. Does this
go.
go along with what you talk about, bro?
Oh, everything, all this stuff correlates, you know. But my channel is like the beginning stages of it. You got to really study to get to these parts. But yeah, all this stuff correlates with it.
So hold on, DMTV, right? In your research, right? In your research, we're researching these magicians, these wizards, because they're not shamans. You gotta really be something powerful, like on my level, to be a shaman. That's the most ancient shit right there. That's what Emotep was, a shaman, a multi 10 times genes that turned himself into a god. See, that's what Ra and all of them was. You feel me? Like superhumans tapped into their chakras all the way. So you, right, as you've been delving off into this, exposing the Illuminati and all of the roadblocks, right, that you have been encountering, you know, what is your passion and your fire? What is the thing that made you say, man, you know what? Fuck all this shit. I'm about to left there and start me a channel. You feel me? And we about to just get this shit on. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the moment that made you go, man, you know what? Yep, this is what it is. Fuck it, let's get it.
I always talked about it because it's a big secret that nobody knows about. Everybody seems like they're just lost about it and how deep it actually goes. And then when you start to learn about the Illuminati, you start learning about all these different conspiracies, you learn about 9/11. And I think it was Loose Chains that where like everything popped, the Loose Chains documentary. And when I started watching hip hop, and I remember it was Mobb Deep, and they had a little triangle in the back, and they had the song Illuminati with my mind, soul, and my body. And everybody just play it off. And I'm like, yo, really think this stuff is real. And you got constantly artists saying they're selling the soul to the devil, selling the soul to the devil. So they're actually doing more stuff than what it is. And that actually leads to Freemasonry. That leads to occultism. That leads to, learn about all these different pillars and all that other stuff. But that was the main thing that's made it pop. And what made me get on YouTube, man, I just got on YouTube, and it was actually supposed to be about battle rap. And I just made a random Illuminati video, and that bad boy blew up. I said, yep, this is it.
So, Mr. Crumb, you know what I mean? What made you hop into this water and say, hey, I'm about to start giving the people some truths that they might not be used to?
Now, before I give my answer, I want to say that I appreciate the respect. I reciprocate that. It means everything to me. But I don't want to beg, but I want to beseech you not to call me Mister. Call me brother. I'm your brother.
Oh, brother, my brother Crumb.
Ashe,
man. And how what was that aha moment that made you say, I'm about to start me a channel, I'm about to just go off and do this stuff,
I asked somebody online a question. I remember being in church, and I remember I asked one of the clergymen or the ushers or somebody a innocent question. I was like 12, and they dropped a hammer on me, and I was like, "Why are y'all attacking me?" So I'm like, "All right, whatever." And I moved on with my life. So then, after I called myself waking up, get on the internet, I joined the conscious community unofficially, and I was back at square one. I'm new to the whole information age, so I ask a question, and it's a relapse. They dropped the hammer. Do your research. I'm like, okay, I'll do my research, but a part of me thinks that you don't know the answer. That's why you're deflecting to me. And that's part of why I'm here today. There was a gap, and there is not so much now, but when the conscious community first came out, it was a gap. People would tell you some highlight reel information, and they couldn't elaborate. Any question, they could not elaborate. So then I said, you know what? I'm going to go in, and I'm going to look for the answer, and then I'm going to give the answer, and I'm going to elaborate on it. So
okay. And so it started on Facebook first, or where did it start? Because you say you have your Facebook and the YouTube as well as the Instagram. So like, which platform did you start playing that game on, and you hopped in the pool and said, "Fuck it, let's get it"?
Well, we all probably know Facebook was probably the biggest one on the scene after MySpace. Right now, if you look it up, YouTube is the biggest platform. YouTube did not get big until after the Super Bowl, where Justin Timberlake pulled the bra or the brassiere off of Janet Jackson and had the wardrobe malfunction.
Facts.
That's when YouTube hit. Facebook was banging before that, so I was on
Facts.
Facebook first, along with everybody else. When that wardrobe malfunction hit, that's when Facebook blew. That's when YouTube blew up. I still didn't jump on it, and Facebook had came out with the going live feature, but that wasn't Facebook's main thing. So I was on live trying to get my rocks off, and Facebook had a really glitchy system, and people was like, you need to go to YouTube, go to YouTube, go to YouTube. I'm like, man, I'm not trying to do it, I'm not here for that. So then I went to YouTube, and I probably had like 6 viral videos. So I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna focus on YouTube. Don't get me wrong, Facebook has always been my biggest platform with 60,000 followers, but Facebook blocks me, shadow bans me, restricts me. YouTube has been a little more lenient and allowed me to really grow and do my thing. One last point, Seko has been a instrumental part of my success. Seko was a god in my city. I'm gonna let all of y'all know Seko was a god in my city. I grew up under Seko. Seko was Umar when I was a kid. Seko was that dude. So Seko bought the whole goddamn movie theater. Nobody knew Black Panther was gonna be as big as it did. Seko bought the fucking movie theater. Had so much clout in the city. Seko got the movie Black Panther. Seko had that before anybody in the fucking nation. And Seko turned around and did an after party. So we all watched Black Panther, and then we had an after party where, yo, did you catch this? Did you catch that? Did you catch this? I'm taking all types of notes. I go the next day after Seko shit, break down Black Panther. That shit hit 500,000, something like that. And, but I had already been doing my thing, but that was the biggest video I ever did, and that was based off Seko. So I was already doing my thing. I started teaching, and then Seko gave me my first huge viral video. And after that,
the rest is it. The rest is history. You feel what I'm saying?
Wow. I do feel humbled by that, brother. Thank you.
Speaking of Seko, and speaking of Seko, as I go around, what made you happen to this? What made you happen to basically doing what you do? First and foremost, let everybody know what it is that you actually are known for and do, right?
Hey man, I have ADHD. Well, I've self-diagnosed ADHD. Not a bad thing; it's a good thing. I bounce around a lot, so I've always been involved in a lot. And it was kind of interesting as Crumb was telling his story. It made me do a little, self-research and self-reflection. So in 2008, I started a blog for the Hampton Roads conscious community, and we would have Steve Coakley. We would have Dr. Ben Yohannikin. We had John Henry Clark. We had the Conscious Rasta. We had some other folks that used to come in the area, and we would videotape them. And 2008, I started popping their videos out on blogs, and we were sharing information from brothers like Dr. Ray Hagins. I'm watching this. I see a video from December 14th, 2008 on COINTELPRO, the War on Black America. The African presence in the Dominican Republic, Black Indians, KRS-One rhymes about Africa, Obama in politics, the next 40 years. I'm just looking at some of the old posts from 2008. Let's see. Yeah, so I started doing that. And then in 2012, one of the people said, hey, why don't you go ahead and pop your stuff on YouTube? And so I started putting our content on YouTube. So September 23, 2012, we started putting our content on YouTube. And so we have content from Reverend K. Price when he talked about the African origins of Christianity. I was a part of the Universal Zulu Nation, so I have some of our parties up there. In 2000, we brought Ronoko Rashidi to Hampton Roads to Norfolk, and he talked at Old Dominion University. He talked at Hunt Map Middle School in Portsmouth, Virginia. So we have those videos, the early African presence in early Europe. unexpected faces and unexpected places. When Runoko Rashidi talks about the global melanated presence, the global presence of black people throughout the world. Um, we used to have Barashango come down to the House of Consciousness, and actually it was the Self Improvement Center at that
Right.
point. It was called the Self Improvement Center. Um, I have a video that I did from 1997 when I talk about the African origins of fraternities, sororities, and masonry. I did that talk at Norfolk State University.
Speaking of which, there
Yeah,
we go.
I'm a bruh.
I
I'm a
did.
bruh. Rue.
Oh, no, no,
Okay.
no, 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 wait.
Oh, you down them boys?
Look, yeah, you know the ball. Oh,
He
well,
Illuminati,
hey,
man.
Master Chef, hey, Master Chef, Master Student, where you going?
No, I'm here. I'm sorry.
We
I'm here.
cooking up, Master Chef. Don't go nowhere, Master Chef. Wait a minute. Wait. Now, our last
Conversation.
our last conversation, you already know we was talking about the evil in fraternities and sororities, and I told you my theory, that the powers that be right now that's controlling the economic game as well as the occultic wizardry game all belong to fraternities and sororities. You know what I
Right.
mean? And specifically, them bras you talking about, when you go down the list of the bras, you go down that list, you got a lot of rainbow booty boys on that bra list. You see what I'm saying? You got a lot of boys who've been accused of that rainbow booty boy shit. Listen, look, you got a lot of them accused of selling their soul.
This is
Wait.
No. Go. Keep going. I ain't saying anything. Keep going.
that
going.
was me. My bad.
Everybody from listen. Wait a minute. Denzel Washington, he a rainbow booty boy. I know this. I'm a magician. They gotta come to New Orleans and get it popping, bro, to get their magic on, bro, when they sell their shit. Wait a minute, because remember you said 10% of them gotta go through them doors. That Skull and Bones door. Wait.
No, because you're referencing part of a conversation that no one else here has privy to. So I just want to. So just bring that old conversation into it, so they know what we're talking about.
All right. So the old conversation was this: we was on his show. We was on Seko's show.
Get on code.
Getting on code. We was getting on the code. We was cracking codes. Boom. And while we was cracking codes, you feel me? I brought up to him and I said, "Listen, I've already cracked the code of the fucking evil ass secret fraternities and sororities that run the motherfucking game." You know what I'm saying? You can't. I don't believe in no such thing as coincidence. And you can't have all of the same boule doing the same shit or hanging around the same evil people. See, look, I'm a big fan in the hood. If this was the hood, and them niggas, and they was the ops, they was getting wet. Why? Because you was hanging with them niggas. See, because you was hanging with them, you was kicking them with them. What you outside? Remember that song Mo 3? They said to come outside. Listen, why you outside if you ain't with the shits? And when I'm talking about the shits, we're gonna get specifically. We're talking about human trafficking, pedophilia, rape, racism, colorism. You feel what I'm talking about? We're talking about Satanism.
And there's levels. And there's levels. We agree on that.
All right. And a lot of Omega Psi 5 members are in the levels. This is what I'm saying.
Right.
Okay, but it's not just Omega Psi 5. The Kappas is all of them. Go look at my video where I break it down all the way from Bill to Mark to motherfucking Sergey to motherfucking Elon to motherfucking you name them. Jay-Z to motherfucking Vivendi, you name it. Because I'm a magician and I gotta obey my white magic rules, my black magic rules, and my sacred African Native American magical rules, bro. You feel me? Me just being from.
Ashe.
All right, so.
And as I said in my earlier conversation,
I'm saying something.
Them ain't us.
All right, so
them ain't us.
But wait a minute. That's like saying this.
But some of us get in them. That's what I said. So them ain't us, but some of us get in them.
So this is what I'm saying, my brother. I'm telling you, and I'm telling everybody that my position and my stance on it is this. Ready?
Go.
You're not going to see me chilling or associating with the group that had Epstein in it. You see? It's something in the courtroom, in the court of law, called fruit of the poisonous tree.
Guilty by association, yeah.
Guilty by association. I'm from like I said, I'm from the streets, and street code says this, because I'm from a street code, and I took my street code and I infused it into high magic and high sorcery, and them crackers can't stand it. Look, they can't get mad at me because I done cracked the code and became Neo in the Matrix. I'm not tripping on that. Listen, all I'm saying is this.
Talk that shit.
All I'm saying is this, brother. All I'm saying is this. When it comes to me acknowledging the great grand holy mother of all divinity, when it comes to me acknowledging the great grand holy mother earth, when it comes to me acknowledging the great grand holy mother nature, when it comes to me acknowledging my identity as Christ Lucifer, eternal prophet, the immortal Ra, in the person of Reverend Rance Dunbar, the Chakra Doctor, I gotta let you know that even though you may not be with them, even though, you may not be with the shits, and who knows, nobody knows, and nobody knows the intimate parts of your detailed depths of your heart. Only God knows that. Okay, so I know He knows that. Your brother right here, so and you vouch, and remember, I feel like I attracted you, so I feel like on a level you are already not of that type of shit, because I don't attract that type of shit, right?
Let me just go back to
like Duane McLean, like Duane McLean, right? Duane McLean. I already know. Hey, look, they got people coming and say, "What about Duane?" Duane is in the motherfucking army and shit. You feel what I'm saying? That shit is in the army. You feel me? And the army, it got rainbow booty balls in the army, and me and Duane already had that talk. You feel what I'm saying? And wait a minute, and Master Teacher in the hotel community, the people who's talking about the motherfucking Hotep and the Hebrew Israelite, that pedophilia running rampant through that motherfucker too. So we know that esteemed members of all the societies that you guys, associate yourselves with, okay? Associate yourselves with, have been and is still known for certain evil acts that me as a magician and sorcerer, first and foremost, before I'm a CEO of my company, before I'm the pastor of my church, I am the voice of the great grand holy mother of all divinity, okay? And that's an eternal prophet. And as an eternal prophet, I just got to let you guys know, hey, man, I know that there is a level that you guys are saying, hey, I know what you're saying, Chakra Doctor, but it ain't like that. It got a little diluted. There's them dudes over there with that shit, and we let them dudes, we do like the Quran, to you be your way, to me be mine. I do not desire to counsel with the ignorant. I already know where y'all coming from. I'm just saying.
Let me just add value, because some of those words that you're using are a tad bit liberal. When you say you guys, because
liberal.
You brother, hold up, man. Let me rewind. I apologize. I apologize, my brother. First and foremost, Duane McLean, I love you. Seko Varner, I love you. You heard me? Crumb TV.
Love it back. Love back.
The master student, I love you, bro. I'm just coming from a person. Remember, I'm from the streets. I'm coming from the streets, and I later then cracked some codes that they didn't want a street nigga like me to crack. And I'm in the building, okay? And so all I'm doing is saying, listen, I'm asking you guys, how do you guys, the reason why I said that, to say this one question to ask all three of you. How do you feel being associated with groups that have been accused of heinous evils? Go. Who won't answer it first?
I'm gonna go last. I gotta feed the wife. I'll be right back. I'm going last.
All right, go ahead. So the way I'll
go ahead and go first. Like being in the military, for one, I never got deployed, so I never fought no wars. The universe just knew, like, hey man, this ain't for you. You ain't about to do no crazy stuff. You're gonna go in and get your money and get out. Once you in there, you can have a choice on like what job you pick and stuff. But being a part of it, as long as you ain't associate yourself with it, you keep your mind on what you here to do this and not do that. Because I went in wanting a job where I'm not doing no combat, because I didn't want to do no killing. I didn't want to go over there to nobody's spot and blow nobody up and nothing like that. And so I do communications in the military. So I work radios. Now, it's because you work radios don't mean you ain't gonna get no combat, but you have a very, very high chance of not getting no combat. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about how you approach it. You know what I mean? So being a part of the military, of course, you know, as a woke person, you know that the army is nothing, but the military is nothing but like the United States bully, you know what I'm saying, who just go around, you know what I'm saying, doing their dirty work. You know, a lot of young guys got killed because of wars, you know, for these really rich white folk, you know what I'm saying, fighting over, they all in quit. So the people who doing these wars, causing this stuff and using us to go out there and kill each other, you know what I'm saying? So having that mindset, knowing, hey, I'm here just to get my bread, get my benefits and pill out, you know, it's just all about keeping that mindset, not letting it take over you know what I'm saying? And let it really too much affect your mind, you know what I'm saying? So you got to really just all about how you carry yourself with it.
So to satisfy the people's fancy, you know, even though, you know, you're one of the ones that didn't get swept in with the shits.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's a yes. That's a yes.
Right. Correct.
All right. So boom, and as we Mr. Crumb, I'm sorry,
brother.
I caught that. See, I'm a fast learner. I'm a fast learner, my brother. I'm a fast learner.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm already a fan of Crumb, man. I peeked his channel a little bit before we did this, but
and I gotta ask these things because you know
that dude is off the chain, man. I'm ready to watch some more of his channel.
I fucks with all y'all. I fucks with all y'all. That's why I'm hollering at y'all like this. If I felt like, you know, y'all wouldn't, these type of dudes I could talk this type of talk with, I wouldn't even be saying this right now. You know what I mean? So let me get it to Crumb.
Yeah, I gotta admit 1,000,000% the energy on this video within this group is definitely dope. You know, it brings me to the thought where two or more are gathered. You know, and this is where the spirit of the Lord truly is at, speaking colloquially. But you know, how do I feel being associated with these type of organizations? Indifferent. I got to be 1,000,000%. It is what it is. You know, I think the real question is, how do any of us feel knowing that each and every last one of these organizations, you pick one, anyone, not mine, his, yours, the favorite, the worst, all of them, they're all flawed. They're all flawed. Because the reality is anything, man, this is according to more science, man is truth and falsehood strangely mixed. Just saying that we are higher self and we are lower self. And because those are our attributes, anything we touch are going to have those attributes. Anything I touch, because I am a God, is going to be divine. However, I'm a devil as well, so it's going to be tainted. It's just the reality that we deal with. So let's just, you know, it is what it is. Move forward with it. It's not about being on a team that's bad. It's about what I bring to the team. You know, that team can be in any state, in any condition, but because of me, because of what I bring to that organization, that movement, that whatever it is, that's what's going to make it special. It's not the organization. It's me. It's not the clothes. It's me. It's not YouTube. It's me. It's not the information. It's me. When 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 people say to the Masons, "What's your secret?" Listen to the Masons. The Masons will tell you, "You're the secret." It's not the currency, brothers. You're the currency.
And
I like that. You got that on T-shirts. You're the currency.
And then hold on to just quickly address something. El Dago, no, I am, and he said that's why you are still a Crip. No, you stupid nigga. That's why I'm not a fucking Crip. Stupid,
I had a question.
Stupid nigga talking crazy. So I had to really address that. No, nigga, and that's why you still stupid. Because if you were listening to this interview, you would hear that I said I used to do that shit, and I got out of the streets and into a better way of life. And that better way of life has taken me, you know, landed me here right here in front of you guys. And, you know, yeah, man, Seko, what you about to say, Duane? I just want
to know what organization Crumb was with. You said it was a part of organization. What organization you with?
I said I was a part of organization. Oh, no. I was just speaking.
You was. I thought you was because he was asking all this question, you know, so I was asking, what were you?
Oh, well, I mean, the initial question was, how do you feel knowing that you're associated with organizations that have these reputations? And I was just saying, any organization, all of them, they're all flawed.
Yeah, I don't, you know, I don't believe you're associated with any organization or anything.
Okay.
Right? No, but you know, whatchamacallit, but the organization that he is associated with, he associated with them bros, bro. We about to, well, hold on, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Holla at bro, man. What's going on, bro, man?
All right.
You know, and so the I don't know if you were here.
I remember the question.
Oh yeah, all right. How do you feel? You know, being, how do you feel being affiliated with Omega Psi Phi, knowing that there is a big part of structure of your organization that, you know, is just, quite frankly, just straight hound dog evil?
All right. I'm going to answer that in two parts. So the first part is this. I don't have a problem being associated with Brothers of Omega Psi Phi, my fraternity, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, because of the great things that members of our fraternity has done and the great things that our fraternity is doing. That being said,
But
as
do those
any
great
organization,
things outside the bad things?
so I also recognize that there are always going to be bad elements in everything.
Okay.
Now, to go back to our conversation from last week, you asked me how many members of the Divine Nine, which are the historically black Greek lettered organizations. So let me say why I said that. Why? Let me state why I use the term Greek lettered, because we may jokingly call ourselves Greek, or like a nickname. Hey, we Greek. You Greek? Yeah, I'm Greek. I'm cute. All right, but it's Greek is short for Greek lettered. The same way that we write our names with the letters that we use that can be traced back to Phoenicians, which can be traced back to, you know, the hieroglyphs and things of that nature. I'm not saying I'm a Phoenician when I write A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's the same way with our organizations. We use Greek letters. The reasons the letters are Greek is because in many cases, with Alpha Phi Alpha, with Alpha Kappa Alpha, with Delta Sigma Theta, with Omega Psi Phi, with Zeta Phi Beta, with
Man,
Sigma,
you naming off all
Phi
the
Beta
evil
Sigma.
now. You naming
I'm
off
trying to
all
get
the
them
evil
all
people.
because I couldn't name them all last time. Sigma
You naming
Gamma
all the
Rho,
evil now.
Iota Phi Theta,
Look, he
and
going through hey y'all, look what he's doing. He's paying homage to his cult, y'all.
right. Okay,
Listen,
and
y'all.
so with the Divine Nine organizations, many of them started copying what we saw our white peers doing. And if you watch that video where I break down the African origins of fraternities, sororities, and masonry, I talk about how the early organizations looked at what the organizations that were running the yard on their various campuses and other campuses they were looking at and said, we need to do exactly what they're doing so we can be as successful as they are. And so these organizations use Greek letters because they saw that people who were in charge of things were using Greek letters. And in two or three of the organizations, they were actually started by copying directly information that came from sororities. So
the question
I didn't finish my
is,
point. So
okay.
you asked me in our last conversation what percentage of, you know, the Divine Nine members or Omega Psi Phi are involved with some of the evil stuff. And I said maybe 10%, but they don't do it through Omega Psi Phi. They have to join Skull and Bones, Trilateral Commission, Commission of 300, and some of those other organizations to get involved in those type of activities. So when I say there's levels to this stuff, the levels that the Divine Nine organizations get involved in do not create policy. They do not run the monetary system. They're not involved with some of those rituals that include pedophilia, necromancy, or any of that stuff. Okay. That's not us.
Okay.
But there are a few of us that do get involved in those organizations. So I'm happy to be a member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity.
So how do you feel
but
about
go ahead.
The others? So that's what I'm saying. The others that are doing these heinous crimes from remember that they're
right.
They were Omega Psi Phi, and then they would join another cult that went up another level, went up another notch, right? So isn't Omega Psi Phi was it the prerequisite to get to the others?
No.
So it's not a coincidence. So it's not a coincidence that All of
Look,
these,
if Bill Gates is not a member of Omega Psi, you talked
but
about Bill Gates. You talked about Elon Musk. He's
he's a
not.
Kappa.
They're not Divine Nine. So my point is,
Denzel is a member of Omega Psi. Wesley
then
Snipes is a member of Omega Psi.
okay.
Michael B. Jordan is a member of
No, no,
Omega
no,
Psi.
no, 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 no. Let's get that. Let me get that right. Michael B. Jordan, the actor, is not a member. Michael Jordan, the athlete, is.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Michael Jordan. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, all of these.
I got some flack on that. I just wanted to
And
make sure I
the
got that
Omegas, the
right.
Q Dogs.
And Michael
Q
Jordan
Dogs.
owns prisons.
Yeah, and if you own stock in certain
Omega
mutual
Psi.
funds, then you also own stock in prisons as well. So, when we look at our 401ks, if there's a Vanguard, if you own any Vanguard stock, Vanguard owns, yeah,
But
they invest in the prison systems.
Crumb TV. So one of the people in the thing says, so Crumb is not a Mason or more. You answer that, Crumb?
Crumb down them boy. He Illuminati.
Crumb
Hey yo,
Illuminati.
hey yo, I gotta go back and feed the wifey one last time. I'll be right back. I'll be
Man,
right
I want
back.
to ask you about the boule, man.
Oh, okay. Real quickly, the boule is a term that in our organizations sometimes we use Latin and Greek terms. Boule means consort to the king. Now, the boule, the fraternity, the fraternal organization called the boule, was set up as like a secondary group to Freemasonry. Some of the members of the boule helped start Alpha Phi Alpha, which was the first historically black Greek letter organization founded on a black campus.
Divine Nine, right? That's Divine Nine.
Right, but listen to what I'm saying. Some of their members of the boule helped start. They weren't necessarily in. They were, like, for instance, with all of our organizations, we had professors on campuses that were advisors. So there were advisors who were members of the boule that helped Alpha Phi Alpha start. But they weren't members of Alpha Phi Alpha. They didn't go through the playing process. Does that make sense?
Right. I understand about.
All right. So if you're saying that they're connected and it's evil, okay, I'll rock with that.
No, I'm saying.
But I'm just saying it's levels to this stuff, and in the Divine Nine organizations, we don't get involved in that stuff. To get involved in that stuff, you got to get into them other organizations, and you don't have to be Divine Nine to get into them other organizations.
You know what. Now we're about to get into a big part because I want to get to this big part. You just
all right. Let me do wifey. I'll be back. Hopefully, I answered your question about the boule.
Hey, Kevin, I'm gonna leave in like 10. So if you ain't back when I have to leave, I got an interview coming up at 10 p.m. with another channel. So if you're not back before I leave, it was nice to meet you. I hope I can get on your channel. You'll come on mine. We'll speak again.
All right, so he'll be back. He'll be back in. Let me see. He'll be back in. So, yeah, Mr. Crumb. Monte says, so Crumb not a Mason or a Moor. You're a Mason or a Moor? We can't hear you.
He going off.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That kind of threw me off. And I said, why would he ask, am I a Mason? Because Masons will ask you, what's the secret? The answer is, you are the secret. So, with that said, I have to be honest.
I asked that because of that right there.
Yeah. I'm answering Monty right now.
Okay.
Monty, listening audience to whom it may concern, yeah, I am a Mason. But I got more news for you. I'm also a Moor. But hold on. I'm also a Christian. Hold on. Not done. Mm-hmm. I'm also indigenous.
Mm-hmm. True.
Still not done.
So you actually a real Freemason? Like you was enlisted in the
Well, Masonry and Freemasonry are two different things. But
two different things.
I'm sorry.
He's a Mason. He's not a Freemason.
I'm sorry. Continue. I'm sorry.
I'm a Mason. I'm a Moor. I'm a Christian. I'm indigenous. I'm human. I'm alien. I'm all things considered. When Moses met God, Moses was like, "Oh shit, who are you?" God said, "I am. Am is a state of being.
So that
Am is are I am.
So that's a yes. Are you a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America?
No, I'm not a dues paying member. No.
Okay, dues paying member. That's what we're talking about. Are you a dues paying member of a fraternal organization? That's what Duane McLean TV talking about.
Why you tell them I was Jewish, man? You letting people know I was Jewish?
Right.
I was
wait a minute. So wait a minute. Duane McLean is a secret agent for the Jews, and his real name is not Duane McLean. His real name is his agent name is Jacob.
Jacob Goldberg.
Jacob Goldberg. So Duane McLean, Duane be with his 007 shit. So that was bringing me a segue into the next stage of topic, which was, the sorcery aspect of this shit, right? And so are you a practicing sorcerer, master student? Do you practice some intentional witchcraft, right? And the intentional witchcraft that you practice, if so, what is it?
Yeah, we are all sorcerers. Look at the root word of sorcerer.
Oh, I know that. I know that. I'm just talking about like intentional, meaning.
No. I got you.
Okay. Go. Yeah, because I teach them all that. We all sorcerers. We all God. We all everything.
Well, because when you're dealing with a sorcerer, the sorcerer deals with source.
Mm-hmm.
The sorcerer is anyone who deals with source. If you deal with source, you're a sorcerer. Now, when you're dealing with America, America operates based off occult magic. Wednesday is the day of communication. When did Martin Luther King give his "I Have a Dream" speech? Wednesday. Tuesday is the day of war.
That's Mars.
Hey, I was born on a Wednesday. What you say Wednesday was?
The day of communication.
Mercury, because of the planet Mercury, and Mercury is in charge of communication of Gemini.
The day of communication?
Yes.
I was just born to be a talkative person then, because I was born on a Wednesday.
Yeah, the planet, the planet Mercury is in charge of the communication. Tuesday is Mars. Why? Because that's in charge of the war. Yeah, we know Monday is the moon.
Well, Mercury, according to the Romans, remember, there's not a whole bunch of gods. It's just a handful with a bunch of different names. Mercury is also who? Hermes Trismegistus. Also who? Thoth. Also who? Tahuti. Also who? Woden. Oh, Crumb, who is Woden? Odin.
I know, brother.
Oh, okay. The family's tapped in.
Oh, bro, what you talking about? I just told you I'm a high sorcerer. I teach high sorcery for a living. I actually do spells on live. I teach people that we're all magics, and so that's why I'm getting into the sorcery occult aspect of this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's deal with magic with intention. You asked me, was
magic with intention?
When you wanted something, and you wanted to manifest this. Let's talk magical. You wanted to manifest something. What did your mother say that you had to do? She said you had to do an incantation. You had to say a spell. What are the magic words that you have to use with intention when you want to manifest something? What did your mama tell you the magic words were?
Oh, please.
And?
Thank you.
Okay. That's intention. That's with intention. You only say these things when you want. Well, not only, but
when I say so, let me clarify intention. I'm talking from an orthodox perspective of what we call intentional sorcery. So when I say intentional sorcery, everybody is walking magic. I teach that all the time. But I'm talking about actual you reading actual intentionally written spells, conjuring the names of entities, angels, demons, dragons, jinns, mythological creatures like gnomes, fairies, goblins, elves, ogres, all of the new current day. Remember, it's all borrowed and plagiarized from us and made into a current day whitewashing, right? So in order for the true, what I've seen with the algorithms and the high sorcery that I've been practicing, that get niggas helicopters crashed and motherfuckers, motherfuckers is going to jail. Motherfuckers is going to jail for pedophilia and shit like that on a major scale. You know, these are sorceries. These are intentional. These are intentional sorceries that I practice and I sell them on my website. And you know, I make a complete living off of Harry Potter shit. Okay, I make a complete 100 is my. I don't gotta worry about no white man gotta pay me. None of that shit. All I do is do magical spells, actual spells with intention of accomplishing a higher supernatural intention, right? So what is, you know, when I say, because like for instance, you see, Tahuti, right, on your back wall, right? You know, you see Tahuti and Heru on the back wall, right? That they got levels to that. They got people who just got it on their wall, and then they got people who got it because it's a sigil emitting frequency to ward off certain spirits. You feel what I'm saying? All right. You know, when somebody is wearing amulets and you know all that type of shit, real hocus pocus joke, you know, real shit. Are you practicing Harry Potter? Are you practicing Lord of the Rings?
Doc, I got to pill out. Hey, it's nice meeting you, Crumb TV. I got to prep for this next interview. And I'm a level 1 in this magic stuff. I've been doing this money magic, man. Y'all go get the money magic. Duane McLean TV say get the money magic. Subscribe to DMTV. I'm dropping John Cena is for White Dude Wednesdays. Tomorrow, John Cena, Illuminati breakdown coming down, man. It's nice meeting you, Crumb, man. We got to reach out, man. I want to hear more from you. Watch your channel. I'm subscribing to your channel too, man. You take care.
Y'all already subscribed. Y'all already subscribed to this channel.
All right, y'all take care.
Yeah, peace, brother. So that's what I'm talking about, Crumb. You know.
Well, okay. Let me see. Can I take a step back? Because one thing I love to do, and one of my claim to fame is origins, etymon, history. So when we're dealing with the word magic, magic is coming from the word magi. Mm-hmm. We see the word magi in the Bible referring to being.
We can call it Hekah if you want.
Okay. Or just simply wise. Now, this is all coming from Zoroastrianism. The first magi were the priest of Mazda, not the car, the god. He's really Ahuru Mazda, but let's just say Mazda. So the god Mazda had priests who could help you.
Is the god Mazda one of your conjurings?
No.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying. Are you the type of person that's going to sit and with a fire and incantate a spell to activate the light codes within your god body of the god Mazda, because the kingdom of heaven is within, and last time I checked, you are Mazda. Just like you are Heru, and just like you are Christ, just like you are the devil, just like you are God, just like you are everything that is called omnipotence, omnipresence, omniscience. This is the capability of God, right? So, what, you know, are you practicing any intentional incantations? Yeah, man. Oh man, you ain't. What are you talking about, boy? You don't want. Oh yeah. Yeah, we in the building. Oh, let's go, man. My brother said, I love a nigga like this here. I love a nigga like this here. He can bring that arsenal. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. He can bring that arsenal. Wait a minute. Look, he can bring that arsenal. Woo! Look, I ain't playing no game. Wait, my brother. We are, hold on, my brother. My brother.
Okay.
My brother.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I got my Kabbalion. Wait a minute, my brother.
You got the Kabbalion. Okay.
Wait a minute,
3 initiates.
Wait a minute, my brother. I got my angels of omnipotence, brother.
Ooh, okay. Angels. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We. Hold on. I'm gonna show you some shit you probably didn't come across yet. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I got my. You already know I keep that heater on me. I keep that heater on me.
Demons
that's the 72 demons of Goetia. You understand? That's my 72. Wait a minute, boy. Hold up. My big daddy. Look at this here. You already know I keep that work with me. Here we go. I keep that work with me.
Ooh, coming forth by day. Yes.
Yeah, I keep that work with me. Okay. Let's go. We going in there. We going in there. See, this that shit that they used to. Okay. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Let's get.
You want to talk about a spell?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. I got, hey, look, we in there. We in there. Oh, yeah, we lit.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, we lit.
Yeah, we lit. Arsenal.
Hold on, we lit. I go Archangel on you.
Oh, Archangels of Magic.
I go Archangel on you. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got some. Look, we about to look. Wait a minute, because you had showed me something. I go Archangel, but then look, I'll go straight Devil on you too. Yeah. What are you talking about? Yeah.
You are rocking Manly P. Hall?
Oh, listen, bro. I got that book right. I could go get up right now and go get that book. I got PK. I got Carol. I got Carol, and I got Hall, and I got old boy, my homie. What's his name? Order of the Golden Dawn.
Aleister Crowley.
Hey, Crowley. Yeah, my man. Yeah, my homies. Right quick. Yeah, hold on. Look.
Who was inspired by Eliphas Levi. Eliphas Levi is the one who's going to really bring occult magic to the European forefront. Aleister Crowley comes second.
Yeah. And so what I did was, so I created this system, right? So the reason why I got all those books in the first place, oh yeah, you had shown me that. I wanted to, there you go. Boom, I told you, Bob.
3 Magical Books of Solomon. Okay, that's right.
Yeah. You had showed me that first, right? You had showed me that first.
Yep.
Right. But, I took, look, this is my little book right here.
Affirmation. Ooh.
Affirmation Bible. And look, you take the 20-sided dice. I turned it into a magical game. Take the 20-sided dice, you roll it, and your affirmation. So look, we're about to roll your affirmation right now. Look, a roll crumb affirmation. Bam, 3. You just roll the 3, and then we roll again for your affirmation, right? Bam, and you got a 6, a 3 and a 6, right? Boom, and it says, I balance my commitments by standing strong in my convictions, right? That comes with the Archangel Raziel, the House of Libra, with the angel number 207. And you look that up, literally look that up, the meaning of that, and that shit literally activates when you start writing the affirmation. So I got that's my first little magical book, right? And then, we could go and we could travel, right? And if we travel, I always teach people you gotta have all magic. See, you gotta have everything. Your arsenal gotta be your arsenal because you are God. You feel me? And these are, and remember, I keep trying to tell you, the devil been black. I told you the white folk been on that. The reason why they call it black magic because our melanin is the only thing that can handle the actual magic. But when you look at Lucifer, right, in the painted in white people's painted descriptions, you will see. Hold on, let me get this. You will see that he a nigga. See, look at that. He a nigga. He got an afro.
Oh my God.
That's Lucifer. He got an and it's a nigga. All right, there we go.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the first devil was a black devil.
Yeah. So I tell people this, man. They didn't create nothing. They learned it from us. Every tactic that they use, they learned from us. So
let me see. Can I throw something out there? You may be familiar with this or not. I don't know. Right. But so now. Intentional magic. When we go to school, elementary school, number 1, the root word of elementary is element, because when we're dealing with magic, there are 4 elements, earth, wind, water, fire. The 5th one you can't talk about till you go through 7 chakras 7 times. Age 49, you're a junior elder. I digress. Elementary school, the original name for elementary school was grammar school. If you look at the etymology of the word grammar, you're going to find the word grimoire. Grimoire is a book of spells, a book of magic.
Of course. I'm writing a grimoire as we speak.
Ooh.
Listen, bro. My grimoire, bro. Listen, what you talking about, bro? Spell after spell after spell, bro. Hold on, bro. My spells are like no other, bro. These are spells. This is a grimoire. I'm literally, I got page on page on page, pages for days, bro. Number of pages. Right. I'm writing a grimoire. And so the grimoire that I'm writing that you're talking about, I know what it means. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, because I'm about to floor you. So you go to elementary school, which is really grammar school,
Uh-huh.
which is grimoire.
Remember,
And
elementary school is also, so we learned in magic too, that the elements are actual alive and living, breathing, conscious gods. So that's not a sky in the sky, that is a god named sky. That's not water you're drinking, that is a god named water. And so when you analyze the elements, remember that's why it's called the Elohim, the elements, the El. This is why all of the angels, got, you know, El at the end of their sentencing. I don't know what happened to him, but I think he might have got knocked off. Oh, there you go. He came back in. Yeah, so we right now I was just showing somebody. Well, when you read the Manly P. Hall book, it shows you how you know, the Lord of the Rings, aka Saturn, is, you know, the darkness, and Lucifer Ra, aka the light, is the actual, you know, the heat, our soul, our actual chakra. Everybody's called chakra. Remember the chakras. Remember, I'm Chakra Doctor. Remember, I invented my own yoga, brother. Literally, when you activate your chakras, I am literally fucking Goku of this shit, bro. I got in my system. There's 29 chakras. We walk. I'll activate your chakras right here, live on air, and you feel that shit, and you know who I am, bro. That is. Oh, I activate both of y'all. Y'all both of y'all. I activate your chakras.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Activate your chakras, and you'll see
well,
what I'm talking about. But go ahead.
well, before we activate any chakras or anything like that, I did want to try to finish this thought real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you go to school, which is grammar school, or grimoire school, or let's just call it grammar school. In grammar school, you learn how to spell. We've heard this on the internet a bunch of times. Here's the thing: when you learn how to spell or you learn how to write, we know spell is really casting a spell, and write is short for ritual. However, what you may not have heard before is when you go to school, you're going to use a number 2 pencil. We know that already. How do you know how many sides a number 2 pencil has?
Well, 6.
So the shape of the pencil in which you write your spell and conduct your ritual is in the form of a hex.
Yeah, remember, I teach people the chakra codes. Remember, so remember your root is called a chakra. It's called the chakra plex code. Remember, the hex is really just a commemoration to the X chromosome. Okay, so your root chakra is called Rex. This is why the Tyrannosaurus Rex, when you look at it, is the root chakra is in control of your R complex, the part that regulates ritual, right? That's called your Rex. Your sacral chakra, that's called your sex. Your solar plexus, that's already named, is called your plex. Your heart chakra is your hex. Your vocal chakra is your vex. Your third eye chakra, that's your text, right? And your crown chakra, remember, that's your crest, or the KRST that they speak about in comedic science. The crest, the crown chakra. And when you activate the Kundalini snake, right? When you activate that Kundalini snake, some people call the Kundalini snake chi. Some people call the Kundalini life force. Some people call the Kundalini, you know, nirvana. Whatever. Everybody got a different name for what they give to Kali, or the Kundalini, right? This is why California, the root chakra of the earth, is located in Mount Shasta, California, right? And so when you're talking about the hex code, I always tell people, hex is not a bad thing. It only represents a sacred geometrical shape. I keep telling people, sorcery, magic, energy is like a gun. It can either protect you or hurt you. It's up to the intent of the person that is using the gun. Okay. And so the same thing with, you know, hexes and curses. And I teach people the best thing to do. Sorry, I cut you off. Go.
No. I was going to finish my thought and add value. Now, when you're dealing with shapes, energy transfers through shapes. Certain energies are great. Certain shapes are great energy conductors. That's why the pyramids are the shape they are to conduct energy. So now, when you're dealing with a pencil, the pencil is going to conduct a certain energy because of that shape. Now we're going to take that shape to the next level. When you graduate from a pencil, what's the next tool you use?
The pen.
A pen.
What's it's still the same pen. Pencil, a pen. It's the right pen.
The most
penitentiary. I'm sorry.
The most popular brand of pen is going to be the Bic. You ever heard of a big
The
pin?
most popular brand of pen. The most popular brand of pen is Rikers Island, motherfucker.
Be funny.
The most
But
popular brand of pen is the fucking industrial prison complex. My bad. Go ahead.
now, if you look up the full name of a big pen, it's called a ballpoint pencil. I'm sorry, a ballpoint pen. You've heard of that, right?
A
The big
ballpoint pen.
ballpoint pen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you look up the full name, because that big ballpoint pen, it's clear. Go back and look at the pen. It's clear. It's called a big crystal ballpoint pen. You didn't catch that, did you?
Crystal. Remember, crystal. Yes, because crystallization is Saturn.
No,
Saturn.
no.
What?
I'll say it again. Go Google it. It's called a crystal. It's called a big crystal ballpoint pen. Crystal ball point
pen. Shit. Crystal ball.
The pen, the pencil is in the form of a hexagon. Get to the next level, it's still in the form of a hexagon, but now it's crystal, a crystal ball. These are things
like a quartz.
These are mediums.
Yeah.
So now
remember
what
they
is
call your body
for?
Remember your body is a prism, right? So the prism, that's the same thing as the crystal. Like the and we like the book you just showed me. So it's crazy you showed me that book, right? Because the book you just showed me, it shows you how, Satan, Saturn represents the crystal, right? And the crystallization and the cold and the being able to crystallize the spirit into the cellular structure of the body, and how Lucifer represents the light and the fire of the ascending flame of the soul that is housed inside of the body, making the solar system circulate, right? That fire that makes the solar system circulate like a choo-choo train, right? And so that crystal ball analogy, see, that's what I'm saying. You know all that, so you see, you know all that. So now that's why I asked you the question. Do you sit down and do you say, man, I'm about to write me a spell, and that spell is about to be named this, and I'm about to take that spell and I'm about to read it and do this and that and the third? That's what I'm saying. Do you practice that type of Harry Potter? Do you practice a type of magic that we see on the movies?
No, not that you see on the movies. Now, what I'll do, in terms of ritual, I think that's what you're asking me. Do I do any rituals? I do full moon rituals. I'll go get a brown paper bag. I'll put my hand on the bag with a something natural. It's not going to be ink. It's not going to be graphite. It's probably going to be because pencils aren't made out of lead anymore. They're made out of graphite.
Yeah,
I'll probably get coal. I'll get chalk or something like that. Outline my hand on a brown paper bag. Write whatever it is I want to manifest. Remember, the moon is a satellite. Write whatever it is I want to manifest. I'll put it under my pillow the night before the full moon. I'll sleep on it. I'll wake up and then that night under the full moon, I'll read whatever it is I wrote down. Then I'll set it on fire. So this is no different than doing a ritual on.
These are called the 28 mansions of the moon. Each 20. That's why it goes in 28-day cycles, from new moon to crescent moon to quarter moon to full moon, back to waning, and you wane back down to new, right? So, and it takes 28 days to do that. Right, and they call these. So remember in the Bible, because you said you had held up the Bible, Jesus said in the Bible, "In my Father's house
there are many
mansions." All right. Now remember, in sorcery, we know the moon to be, even though it's a satellite that was constructed from the fabric of Earth, and we know that the Lord of the Rings controls the moon. This is who she's satelliting for. That celestial being we like to call Saturn. If you look at the way the procession goes, Mercury, right? Look at the colors of the planets. Mercury has got a high color, it's close to the sun. Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, they all got those hot bearing colors. They got the asteroid belt, and then you get to what? Saturn, and it gets what? Cold. You got Neptune got a cold blue, and you got And you got all of the other planets, Uranus and Pluto, and all of them are cold, cut off, basically like cut off from the sun. But then you got this unusual thing in the sky. You got this unusual thing in the sky, right, that we look at, and we call it the moon, right? In some alien books that I've read, the alien is called the moon Levin. This is why it henceforth for the term 11. And leavened bread and unleavened bread. It really a term for 11, or AKA the moon and the mansions on the moon. And Jesus said, in my Father's house, there are many mansions. And we know that Jesus is a borrowed, plagiarized term that they borrowed from the story of Heru, right? The story of, Ra shining down on the womb of Aset and birthing the Christ child Heru, right? Then, that's how they borrowed and plagiarized that, right? So the thing is, you say you do a full moon ritual. Is that as far as you go, or are you like into high levels with this, or are you just be doing your moonlighting thing? You got your microphone cut off.
Sorry, you said moonlighting. That's funny.
Yeah, because that's what they call it. They call that that's what they're in actual sorcery. That's what it's really called, moonlighting. And in the witching hour during the full moon, they got a lot of different things that people do. Some people bring water and put their hand into it, right, and have the chalk already on their hand with the request in their hand already, and go put water and let the water sit under the full moon and moonlight that. Okay, you got sunlight and you got moonlight, and so that's why when I say I wasn't being funny, I was actually being a sorcerer talking about moonlighting.
Yeah, absolutely. I found that interesting because I didn't know that. I just love to learn. So that's
Right.
why, it was interesting to me, or funny to me. But what I wanted to say is, in that manner, absolutely. But remember, glamour is a form of magic. These days, the most popular spell is love spells. Till this day.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who is the biggest? I just did a show on this. Who is the biggest glamour? Who is the biggest occult family that uses glamour magic?
The Kardashians.
Okay, there you go. You
But
already
remember,
know your shit.
what did Jesus say about Lucifer? Did Jesus say Lucifer was handsome?
Jesus is Lucifer.
I'm sorry, did God say Lucifer was handsome?
Did God say Lucifer was handsome?
Yeah.
No, not in the Bible.
What did God say?
God said
Lucifer was beautiful.
Oh, in the Bible? Not in the Bible. In the Bible, they don't describe him in the Bible. We're talking about in the actual Bible itself. The only time they mention the word Lucifer is one time, and that's in Isaiah. And they mention the word Lucifer one time, and it mentions how he's proverbially fallen from heaven and fallen into and weakened the nations. And then the next time you hear about Lucifer is when Jesus proclaimed himself to be the bright and morning star, because that's what Jesus and Lucifer are both the same. If you look at the Bible, it's broken into 66 books, but when you look at it, the first half of the Bible is real devilish. The God, the satanic God Yahweh demands, child sacrifice from Abraham. He kills more than thou shalt not kill should allow, right? And then, and then all of a sudden in this New Testament, Jesus comes along and there is no murders and stuff like that, and it's forgiveness, and it's so one of his duality of, the satanic aspect. And I keep telling people, in magic we learn, in true high sorcery we learn that God and Satan are actually, if you want to be technical, the same being, because of the one power that God got that makes it possible, and that's omnipresence. When you are omnipresent, that means you are within all, and that all is including the devil, that all is including the demon, and that all is including the dragon, as well as all of the other so-called evils that men twist sacred energies for. Remember, these are sacred African energies that have been spliced into modern day whitewash that we must reclaim and take back and put it back into our melanin as a black practice, right? So I know when I'm saying Lucifer, I'm actually talking about Ra. I know when I'm saying, Saturn or Satan, I'm talking about Set, right? This is where they stole it from. I know when I'm saying these different things, I am talking about the place where they come from and acknowledging that place where they come from. Give them back their original meanings and their original powers and wield them like a god should. So, Brother Varner, do you
Let me.
practice? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, brother. Your screen went
Can
black.
I,
That's why I don't know.
oh yeah, I'm still here. It's just a little dark skin, but I'm still here. Let me just reply to that.
Hold up. What happened? Why your screen went black again?
Oh,
Oh,
I'm actually
He's in the
getting
dark.
started right
He's in
now.
a dark room.
see, that's that magic shit, y'all.
It's funny. No, but
That,
I
that's that
I
magic shit. I'm telling you, ain't no funny, nigga. I wrote you.
I
I'm
definitely.
just loving having both of y'all on the same stream, man.
I
This
love
is
this guy right. I love this guy right here. He's a breath of fresh air.
yo. You should do reaction videos to each other's videos.
Uh,
So
hold on 1 second.
come,
Hold
let's
on
get it.
1 second. I just got to switch audio. Give me 2 seconds. Two
Two,
seconds.
one
Uh,
one thousand.
but let me just finish
Two one
talking
thousand.
while I explain. 2000 Bluetooth off. All right, ready.
Bet.
Okay, sorry about that.
He ready.
Okay,
He
this is what I
ready.
wanted to say. So this is where I was getting to. When we dealing with magic, when we dealing with spells, these things are innately feminine in nature. When we look at
Yes, they are.
Lucifer, look at the word Lucifer. It's actually a compound word.
Yes, it
I
is.
think I forgot something. Um, it's the word Lucy and the word fur. Um, oh, gratitude, brother. I really appreciate that. Fur means to carry, like a ferry, or a Ferris wheel. Lucifer, fur means to carry. Lucy means light. Lucy means light. Fur means to carry. Lucifer means the light bearer or the light carrier.
Mm-hmm.
But when we dealing with the word
Jesus is the light he carried. Christ is the light he carried.
now, the carrier of the light. But remember, this light is feminine in nature. It is
Yeah,
innately feminine. So
of
now
course.
when you're dealing with
Remember, I
magic,
come in the name. Remember, I come in the name of the great grand holy mother of all divinity.
right. I caught that when you said that at the beginning of the video as well. So much respect for
Yeah, it's called the dark. It's called the triple black wounds of chaos.
magic on the side of glamour. It is said
Oh,
this is from medieval witchcraft. If somebody if somebody compliments your child, you're supposed to slap them. Have you heard that before? I'm sorry.
if somebody what?
If somebody compliments your child, you're supposed to slap your child or pinch your child or hit your child.
No, that's to me. That's abuse or something.
No. Well, there's a science to it. There's a science to it. If somebody pays you a compliment, that's a form of magic under the category of glamour. When
Mm.
when when you want something from somebody, you'll stroke their ego, or let's say a woman. My apologies. If a woman wants something from a man, or from she'll use her feminine wiles. If you look up magic, in terms of glamour,
Mm-hmm.
feminine wile, a woman's feminine wiles hypnotize a man. She can put a man under a spell.
Remember, I put a spell on you. So
Woo!
the teacher. So I tell people that we're in the matrix. Matrix stands for matriarch. Um, when you're talking about practicing the highest sorcery, if you're going to be giving your power back to the root of that sorcery, and the root of all sorcery is when you were speaking about the source. That's why I was telling you about. I said, yeah, y'all praise God, but God got a mama.
Right. And let me back you up just a little bit. When you said matrix, you were 99% accurate. Let me just add value and kind of straighten you out a little bit, just a little bit. So when you're dealing with the word matrix, the root word is mater, M-A-T-R.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you get words like matter
and matrimony
and
and
matriarch.
yes. And remember, remember Beyonce told him, "Who run the world?
Girls who
And
run
remember,
the world.
so I said Mason is just a son of Ma. Remember, sons of the mother. And I said, you know, everybody got the brotherhoods and the sisterhood, but y'all forgot the greatest hood is motherhood.
And I wanted, you know, just to kind of bring the not full circle, but going back when the brother asked me, was I a Mason? Now that's why I had to answer the way I answered, so I wouldn't be a smart ass.
Right.
Are you a Mason? Yes, I'm a Mason. What's a Mason?
Right. A son of the mother.
So yeah, I'm a Mason.
My son.
so now people say, are you a Christian? Yes, I'm a Christian. What does Christian mean? Christian means to be Christ-like. What is Christ? The anointed, to be anointed, to be, yes, that's all it means. Oh, but you're being a smart ass, Crumb. You know what I mean. All right, yes, I know what you mean. Am I a dues paying member? No. Am I a Mason? Damn right I'm a Mason. Am I a Christian? Damn right I'm a Christian.
Yeah. Well, I know when people say, you know, are you a Mason? I am not a Mason, you know. I wish I can, you know, attest to that fact. I'm a slave. And you know, me being a slave of the great grand holy mother is the only thing I desire. It is what keeps me with this power to wield against the beast. And you know, it is the main reason why, you know, I love letting go of the wheel and letting the source take control of the situation.
Let me just add value, not to cut your wisdom, but since you want to do it with the Mason thing, I'll do it with the slave thing. The word slave is just like the letter J. Follow me. The word slave is just like the letter J. That's a relatively new word.
Yeah, 450 years old.
So now we understand the original word was a servant. So you say, oh, Crumb, are you a slave? Yeah, I'm a slave. But I understand what you mean when you say slave. You mean you're a faithful servant.
And I know what you mean when you say I'm a Mason. You mean I am all. I am all. You name it. But you know, but think about it. What if a nigga says, Crumb, are you a pedophile? You're gonna be like, hell no, I ain't no pedophile.
Right.
See? So I can't say I'm everything. I gotta, you know, I gotta say I gotta say what it is that I am. And the Bible, even though, you know, the Bible shows me that, you know, God is omnipresent, and within all that omnipresence and that omniscience that God has and that power that God has, he still gave all a chance to be themselves without the force of the creator forcing them to do the will. Right?
That's why with that said, God is a pedophile, but continue.
That's why I said to thy own self be true. And then it says, do what thou wilt as the whole of the law. Right? And so I always put it in that perspective, like, all right, hey, I practice this. Hey, Crump, I practice real, live, you know, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering, role playing, you know, like real live, on the grid, sorcery and magic. And I'm telling you, man, this shit is fucking real. And I didn't know that, you know, how deep it went until I went deep, right? And when the deeper I went into my self-teachings, the more I learned that, God damn, wait a minute. Everybody with this shit on some type of degree or level. I'm just late to the party.
And to your point, you know, when we're dealing with magic, it's a lot of excitement around that word, but you know, when you're dealing with magic, it's just high science. So now, for example, you're dealing with the crystals. People, oh, you got, you know, and so for me,
the Bible mentions crystals.
So I'd be like, oh, you know, we're the stoners, because a lot of people be wearing crystals and they'll wrap them in coil. Now that's a high science, brother. Have you ever heard of piezoelectricity?
Yes.
So you know that these crystals are in real life, according to science, electrical conductors. So, you know,
they already tell you. They tell you in high sorcery, in order to activate your crystals, you squeeze them very tight with your palm chakras. Now, and they emit, and science proves that when you squeeze crystals with your energy, the natural electricity and magnetism that's already in you activates the dormant electricity and magnetism in the crystal, and it actually spreads into your auric field. This is why crystals are an actual thing that actually work, and the Bible mentions crystals. The Bible. So listen, bro, this is how I feel, bro. Like, this is where I'm at with it. People calling themselves religious when they're actually practicing motherfucking sorcery.
Right.
You're practicing. You believe in an invisible deity that lives in all. That invisible deity got angels and they got demons in the Bible. They got dragons in the Bible. People die, levitate, come back to life, get swallowed by whales, don't die, split the Red Sea, fly, and all kind of shit in the Bible. This shit sounds like an episode of your favorite Lord of the Rings episode, right? The favorite Lord of the Rings trilogy, or your favorite the Harry Potter trilogy, right? And when you analyze how much, when you analyze how much black people actually don't actually fully know when it comes to the magics that are being practiced on them by the pedophiles, the human traffickers, the rapists, the racists, the Satanists, and the necrophiliacs, you know, do you think it's imperative? Do you think that we can pull off a move like Haiti, when Haiti practiced sorcery to get, you know, certain elements of evil out of their midst? Do you think that these 40 million blacks in America, should we start going on our self-learning journeys of what one might call current day magic and sorcery, when it's just really high science, high African spirituality? Should, like, for instance, you know, the things that have been stolen from us, like when you talk about the magical keys of Solomon, we know that is actually, you know, borrowed, right? Those are borrowed keys. These are not borrowed, but plagiarized and whitewashed stories, right?
Right.
So my thing is this, my whole philosophy is this, man. Look, do not be afraid of these whitewash stories. Do not be afraid of these Jewish, Indian, or these Chinese, or these, you know, different color washed stories of our black African spirituality. No, reclaim them by getting to know the washed version, and reclaiming that and reclaiming the black out of the washed part, right? And adding it to your own repertoire, your own style. But whatever you do you think that black people need to start resorting to magic and sorcery, man, to get a leg up in this game?
I mean, quiet as kept. I think, you know, we've already been tapped in, but a lot of stuff can't and won't get talked about. You know, our elders, you know, were very quiet about things. You know, my family was at surface level diehard Christians, or they believed in God, but, you know, my father, don't sweep his feet. He'll get very upset with you if you sweep his feet. I'm like, Daddy, that whole sweeping your feet thing ain't in the Bible. What are you talking about? Because now, if you sweep his feet, now he got to do a ritual where he spit on the goddamn broom. What? I mean, I don't, you know, Grandma said, don't throw your hair away, burn it.
That's true, though.
The hair in the comb. The Haitian said, we don't want to impeach Donald Trump. Just give me a lock of his hair. Grandma said, don't throw your hair out, burn it. Grandma, what you talking about? That's not in the Bible. Where you get that from? You know, Grandma said, when she was young, they get sick. Great grandpa, Papa would go get something from the root. They didn't call it a witch doctor. They called him the root doctor, because he dealt with a bunch of herbs and shit. Go to the root doctor, get this big leaf, wrap it around them. They go to sleep with it, wake up in the morning, the leaf will be brittle, but the fever be broke.
Yep.
Grandma and them was tapped in, but, you know, with our people, there's a certain amount of taboo, of fear. Grandma don't talk about that shit. If I try to talk about that to you in front of my grandma, she'll get upset. You know, the elders, you know, they stayed on code. What happened in the house stays in the house. We don't talk about it outside, let alone on the damn internet. But you know, what I'm saying is, our people, maybe I'm utopian, maybe I'm optimistic, rose-colored glasses, whatever
getting back to this thing that we already had. Great grandma, Big Mama was already a witch. Big Mama wake up, Christian, prayed all goddamn night. She didn't wake up in the morning and say Jesus told her shit. Grandma told you she had a dream about fish.
Right.
So then everybody in here looking at your cousin who hot in the ass. I don't know why y'all looking at me. Grandma sent this bitch like a fucking oracle. But if you tell grandma she's an oracle, no, that's that witchcraft. So, grandma, but you have to know about fish. You fucking tap into the source.
So you don't think our black youth and our black women and our black men need to start practicing occultism and sorcery and witchcraft?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying is, to a small degree, we already do. We're in denial. It's taboo. We're scared. You know, we are sleeping giants. You know, we're already doing it innately. You know, when we're dealing with magic, magic is a high science. Flying is a high science. You can't tell a bird to tell you how it fly. The bird can't tell you how it fly. It innately does it instinctually. As a people, we are already tapped in. But it's on the innate subconscious level. Once these sleeping giants wake up, it's a wrap.
So, and what do you and do you feel like do you feel like magic is what's going to wake up the sleeping giant?
Oh yeah. Because it's going to be ours. It's our power. Once we tap into our power and to a degree, that's what I feel like you're asking me. Once we realize our power, are we gonna go Super Saiyan? Answer: yeah, we gonna go Super Saiyan out this bitch.
Okay. So that brings back to my lecture, the Ultraverse versus the Metaverse, where I say the Metaverse is just the prison that they're trying to, the subconscious prison that they're trying to build for you guys, because the Ultraverse is upon you, where our dormant DNA is going to awaken, and those of us who are eligible and got the proper codes in our DNA, we're going to go Super Saiyan, and it's going to be like some shit from the movies.
What?
And you know, that's
what do white people tell you?
Are you speaking like that? Are you speaking to that degree?
Well, here, let me ask you this. What did white people tell you? I'm talking in the government. White people told you the Black Messiah is coming. Now, I'm not talking black people. I'm not talking the Nation of Islam.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
White people said the Black Messiah is coming. Not the Bible. Oh, yeah. No. J. Edgar Hoover said the Black Messiah is on your ass. And he coming. He coming.
Yeah. He already here. He already here, bro.
They can't stop it. They know it's coming. The only people that don't know it's coming is our people.
So that's what I'm saying. So what do you think is going to take to wake black people up, man? Do you think it's going to take some tragic shit? Or do you think it's going to take, or do you think we're just going to naturally progress and wake up into this natural, this just natural awakening because of planet shifts? Or do you think it's going to be some type of a big event or calamity? Or what do you think is going to be the rooster that crows and wake everybody up at 6 a.m. for black people?
You know, unfortunately, I think, and this is sad to say, but you hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail right on the head. What's going to take us, what's going to wake you up? A jarring event. No one likes a rude awakening. That's the worst way to wake up.
Nobody like when you pull a curtain back and the sun just beaming on them.
Right, because it hurts. Brother, it with all due respect, it don't feel good. However, how did your mama wake you up? It was a rude awakening. We are in our you know what's coming. You know it ain't getting better. And it has to be darkest right before dawn comes.
I always say before it get greater later, it gotta get worse first. before it get greater later, it gotta get worse first, baby. You can't talk about y'all won't look. I be hearing black people saying peace, 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 peace. I said, do you really know what's gonna have to happen in order for that word to actually come true for niggas? Because we're living. Damn, my bad. I don't know what happened. Oh, I think he switched. Okay, hold up. My bad. Yeah. He at the studio. All
yeah, I'm in the studio.
Yeah. All right, he in his element. All right, so I always say that too. Like, when it comes to, so what event are you prophesying is going to happen, or what do you think is going to happen? Opinion, prophecy, whether it's whatever you want to put out there. What you think going to happen? Like the event that's gonna make niggas go, man, we just gotta come together, bro. Fuck all that.
Well, I really hate to do this, but I'm going with the Moors. I'm going with Noble Jew Ali. And he said that the event that's going to wake our people up is that the European is going to fail you. Our people have invested a lot in the European, and the European is going to fail them. The financial system is going to fail. Our prophet Noble Jew Ali prophesies that $20 bills will go down the street and nobody will pick them up. The dollar won't be worth anything. He said, get your 90-day food supply. Now, of course, there was no Walmart during the 1920s, but today would be the equivalent of, hey, what is the event that's going to wake these Negroes up? Walmart going to close. Walmart closed, Negroes going to go back.
Yeah. Hey, no, man, I feel like, that definitely gonna wake. That's not gonna wake niggas up. That's gonna wake humans up, motherfucker.
Right, yeah.
That's gonna wake up the world. Nigga, Walmart closes. If just Walmart by itself closed, that's gonna wake up the whole world. Like, what the fuck? Like, just that one thing alone. Not even talking about the banks and the education and all the other shit. If just Walmart itself just tomorrow stopped, it's like, okay, a big old cog will happen in the wheel of the economy, which goes to show, how these corporations. So I got this thing, bro, like how these corporations have grown on us like a fungus. But I got this thing where because how a diseased person, a person that's been living with diabetes for 30, 40 years, they don't view the world the same as a person who's been healthy for 30, 40 years, right?
Right.
So if I got a theory, right? When they fail the world, when they fail us, specifically, especially the ones who out here, massive, right? When they do fail, what do you predict will be? We're talking economics now. What do you predict is going to be the Messiah that saves the economy? Go. Let me see where you at. I hope my man Crumb said this. My man Crumb said he's my man for life. He said this, he's my man for life.
Okay. Ask me that one more time. Lord, I'm in the hot spot.
I'm gonna ask you one more time.
Okay.
When this shit falls, when it all falls down and the house of cards crumble, right? What is going to be the thing, the savior, the economic savior of America?
Crypto?
Fuck no. Weed, marijuana. So I predict, I tell people this all the time. I say, bro, if you guys want to survive, I'm giving this is insider tip. Bro, I can't believe I'm telling y'all this, bro. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all this shit anyway. I already got it from the billionaires I know and the millionaires I already talked to already told me it was about to happen. I'm not tripping. You feel me? Like, I know it's about to happen. You feel me? Why do you think Bill Gates bought all that farmland? Everybody talking about Bill Gates bought all that farmland because he gonna grow fucking weed. He know this shit gonna crash. He gonna have a marijuana. He gonna try to monopolize on the marijuana. I'm telling you, listen. If y'all got a nest, for all my partners and people out there that got about 100 bands, got about 80 bands that they can, invest in, man, go to Colorado, go to California, go to where weed is recreational, and go through the red tape. I don't give a fuck what the red tape you gotta go through. Establish you already functioning system of weed dispensing. And when the economy falls, nigga, you are going to be living like Jeff fucking Bezos, because that's going to be the new. Remember, because we could do. Remember, hemp, you can make 80,000 different things, 90,000 different things off here. So all of the things that we're outsourcing and all of the things that we're using and wasting funds on, we're going to centralize that. Remember, people don't know the centralized bank going to be marijuana. I keep on telling people this. Y'all don't understand. Like, Mother Nature always wins, bro. And she never loses, whether she gonna come with a plague, whether it's like she always has a solution and she always has a problem. Both. That's what this is the duality of Earth, right? I'm telling y'all, man, if y'all can, man, start first research. Research the marijuana. Period. Like psychedelics, because people are gonna need things to stay afloat when the economy falls. Like everything that make you feel happy. If you're doing anything that make people feel happy when the economy falls, you're good. You're great, because that's what the Great Depression was all about. Everybody was fucked up because the economy fell. But the silver lining is this: what do you think is gonna happen when the economy falls? What is your prediction? All right, so walk me through the doomsday, process. What happens? The bank gonna collapse, or the stock market gonna collapse, or what? There's gonna be a bomb, or what's gonna happen to spark them failing us?
Well, blood is in the air already. Everybody's preparing for a global shift right now. The number one power that is shifting towards taking full power is China. So we see that China gave Joe Biden's son Hunter like $12 billion or something ridiculous like that. China has been on the border of
China gave Akon $1 billion. China gave Akon $1 billion to build. Akon about to build a whole fucking smart city, a fucking smart town, a smart city in fucking Africa, man.
China is invested in the global economy. Mm-hmm. China has been doing military operations on the border of Niagara Falls on the Canada side for the last 10 years. China has bought so much American debt that if they pull that tab, America won't be able to pay the bill. Mm-hmm. China,
and you know what's gonna happen, and y'all know what's gonna happen when you know what America's gonna do when that happens. You already know what America's gonna do when that happens now. You know America playing with the fucking Dracos, man.
Well, America is gonna strike a deal with China because America cannot. I'm sorry.
So I teach people that what you're saying right now has already happened. You just don't know it. That's why they're distracting you with all of the puppetry.
America's going to strike a deal with China.
It already happened.
America cannot pay that debt. So nothing has value. Well, what is the number one thing that has value and it never expires? That's right, land. What is the richest, wealthiest plot of land America has? That's right, Manhattan Island. So Chinatown is going to be all. Do you know how much all is? Chinatown will be all of Manhattan. China will take Manhattan. Manhattan will be Chinatown.
But then y'all forgetting about the Neo in this Matrix. Yeah, somebody said martial law, but y'all forgetting about the Neo in this Matrix, Texas. The anomaly in this American cog that can't nobody deter. The state that started the motherfucking said that follow Nas when Nas says hood rats don't abortion your womb. We need more warriors soon sent from the stars, sun, and the moon. Texas is the ones that say, okay, Nas, we're gonna follow that right there. And guess what? No more abortions. You see? If you look at, the Lone Star State, I keep telling people the Lone Star, for everybody that's going through whatever they're going through, whenever shit do hit the fan, Texas is one of the places you won't be near because you ain't gonna be able to, like, I'm telling you now, when that money shit happened and that crash happened, there are gonna be states that don't feel the burn like other states. Okay? And it's because it's because of that thing I was talking to you about earlier. You just said it again, land and crop. So when you're talking about land and crop, and Texas got a whole lot of that. You feel me? And
well, let me drop some science on you. What are the 3 biggest states in America?
Texas, California, and Florida?
Texas, California, and New York. Florida's number 4.
Oh, you talking about population-wise?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes. Texas, California, New York. I'm talking about land mass.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Still an impressive answer. That you were basically there as this whole conversation. You've been about 99% on point, if not 100, most of the time. But yeah, with that said, Texas and Florida have always been the wild cards. California and New York have always been the traditionalists. We saw where the whole mandate thing. I'm not going to say the C bomb. You can say the F bomb, you can say the B bomb, you can say the N bomb, but you can't say the C bomb. Rona. I'm not going to say the official whatever. You can't say it. You say that. That's worse than saying any other word. Anyway, the mandates were good in New York. The mandates were good in California. Who said no to the mandates? That's right, Texas.
Oh, Texas,
Florida.
Texas is leading the lawsuit as we speak against Joe Biden as we speak.
Texas has always been the American.
Remember, Texas has always been the anomaly of America, bro. Like when they're talking about the Wild Wild West and the guns, that's Texas. Like, you know what I'm saying? And the fact that people, I always tell people that, man, and that's one of the main reasons why. Look how big it is. And look how much spaces it is. You can fit way more people in Texas than what they already got.
Well, let me add some value to that. When we're dealing with Texas, Texas has killed more people on death row than all other states combined. The number one governor that killed more people on death row than any other governor in American history was none other than Governor George Bush, not Daddy Bush, Baby Bush.
Mm-hmm.
He will George Bush the button every time. This is a part of his MO. The state motto, they've earned their, New York is the Big Apple, Virginia's for lovers, Florida is the Sunshine State. Do you know what Texas motto is?
The Lone Star State.
Don't mess with Texas.
Yeah, all my exes live in Texas.
If you go to
y'all remember the TV show? Look, this is how you know Texas was popping, bro. Hollywood had a whole TV show called Dallas. What you talking about?
Ooh, teach.
Come on, man. And you go look at. I always tell you, if you want to follow the paper trail, follow the ball team. How many fucking ball teams New York got? How many ball teams Texas got? How many ball teams Cali got? Cali lead the league with ball teams, professional ball teams. Every ball team, that's a billionaire right there. That's billions of dollars right there, just per ball team. And those four, I like to call those things the four corners of the earth. Cali, Texas, Florida, and New York, that tri-state area. I like to call it the four corners.
They are.
And so when you analyze that shit, I remember watching, the TV show Dallas and the oil that they were drilling in motherfucking Texas. Like, our oil supply, America, outside of Alaska, America's biggest producer of oil is the state of Texas. You see what I'm saying? So I always remember oil is today what cotton was back then when shit was popping with cotton. You know what I mean? Oil is the current day, oil is the current day cotton. So I'm letting you know that fucking marijuana gonna be the new current. I'm telling you, the clothes are gonna be being made of marijuana. This is a prophecy, bro. I see this shit like clear as day in a fucking vision. And just like you say, you're gonna be able to walk down the street. Money gonna be in the streets. Nobody gonna be picking it up. The economy is gonna move into a bigger, deeper, resource-based economy where it's gonna be a what can you do, and what skills do you have that can barter and trade to my skills, and we work for we work and barter and trade for one another type of deals going on. Wow, and then the great thing about it is, when you look at that, that's the only thing that can really wake a motherfucker up. When this shit crumbles and fails, because as it goes right now, we're sleep thinking it's all good. We're sleep thinking it's all gravy. So my next question to you is this, bro. Like, where is your, I don't know how far you can go when it comes to verbally, speaking certain things. But, I gotta ask you, how do you feel about, what I like to call the Rainbow Booty Boys, aka, the LGBTQ, cancel culture, beta male agenda that is being heavily pressed upon not just the American society, but specifically the Black society, right? And you're getting report, report here, report there. We ain't got no more men. Where our men going? Our men, nothing but boys. Where are our men? Do you think the men are around and they're just not attracting them, or do you think that actual agenda worked and there's a shortage on Black men? And if there is a shortage on Black men, what do we do to correct that balance?
I think that was a long question. It was a little bit long, but I'll take a crack at it.
All right, so I shortened it. Like, how do you feel about the state of Black masculinity in America? Well, black alpha male heterosexual masculinity, like Dave Chappelle was doing on The Closer.
There is an attack. I mean, there's always been an attack on Black men. Is there a rainbow mafia? Is there a alphabet gang?
Hell yeah.
Fat Joe. I think
Fat Joe said that.
Yes. Yeah, Fat Joe said there's a gay mafia.
Fat Joe said there's a gay mafia, bro.
Right.
Yeah. So, and we know the Romans used to, rape butts when they pillaged villages back in the gap.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
The Romans and the Greeks. They like to leave to 300. That was a light version of it when it was on 300 and the black nigga was doing all, and they made it look like the Persian man was the fucking freakazoid. Remember? On 300, they made it look like the Persian man was the freakazoid doing all the freaking crazy rituals, while they was the Sparta. You know what I mean? When it was the flip side of it. So we do know that this place. Somebody was even telling me, right? And I'm getting back to like state of masculinity. Somebody was even telling me like sports is on some homo shit. Like when you look at guys, right? When you say guys, and that represents the female Gaia. And Gaia is, spelled Gaia, right? And that's where gays come from. And, this is what games, the word games or gamma, right? So when, you're looking at how they distract us with these games and these sports and these different sports games and how they're distracting the world with these games, what do you think that also with that, like the masculinity, but do you think that there's a secret hidden gay agenda in sports as well, with like the Westbrooks of the world wearing dresses and the Jose Canseco's of the world getting caught with trannies and shit like that. Do do you think that ties hand in hand too?
There was a famous quote. I think it's called "Bread and Circus." You ever heard of that?
No.
It was a Greek or Roman philosopher. Don't get me to lying, but his name is Juvenal, like young person,
Like Juvenile.
right?
Remember now River. How about I say that? Go ahead. Sorry.
He said, "Give them bread and circuses, and they will never revolt." So a lot of times they have to give you these wacky things to keep you, sleight of hand. Look over here while they're doing this over here. But with the overall homosexual exploitation, that's the best way I could put it. Yeah, they are pushing it in a way. Matter of fact, okay, so Henry Kissinger, he was best friends with you talked about oil. Remember, who did oil get rich? Good question. Answer.
Oh boy,
John D. Rockefeller.
Yes.
John D. Rockefeller, if for the listening audience and people are going to catch this later, if you look up John D. Rockefeller, he was the world's first billionaire. How did he get that money? Oil. Oh, he was an oil tycoon. He created a company called Standard Oil. You may know it as ExxonMobil. You also may know it as other couple Chevron. These are all subsidiaries of Standard Oil. Anyway, so J.D. Rockefeller's best friend, well, I think his son's best friend, or his grandson's best friend, his name is Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger is the Secretary of State for one of the most corrupt presidents that we know, Richard Nixon.
I know all about Kissinger.
Kissinger writes a memo. Remember, he's the secretary. But anyway, it's the National Security, NSSM, National Security State Memorandum or something like that. NSSM 200 or NSSM 2000. If you go look up NSM 200, it'll come up 2000 or whatever one it is. But in that, he said, how are we, this is way before Bill Gates, how are we going to mitigate population control? Mitigate population growth? How are we going to control the numbers? He said through food. We talked about Walmart closing down. That's how our people are going to wake up. He also said through alternative lifestyle. Now, we understand white people, they stay on code and they speak in code. It's called rhetoric. So when a European or the politician, if he says alternative lifestyle, he's alluding to pushing the gay mafia, the rainbow gang, or whatever you want to call them. No disrespect intended, it's all colloquial. But this is where that came from. What we see today is not, oh, well, the LGB just came into power. No. These things were constructed. It was once said our ancestors wrote history 10,000 years before it happened. Now the Europeans not quite there, but they write history before it happens. A lot of these, at the beginning, to bring the conversation full circle, y'all were talking about these rappers and these deaths. A lot of these rappers, their deaths were print like so-and-so died January 9th. But when we go back and research, the article came out of when when so-and-so died on January 4th.
Yeah, and this is a big thing that I have with the CIA, how extensive and petty the arms of the powers that be through the CIA and the vehicles that they control, manipulate us with distractions and psyops, right? Man, when I found out how many crisis actors are hired and how many people the CIA actually, and how many things that they actually control in our society, and then when I read the manual on psychological operations, the CIA manual on psychological operations, and read the objectives and what the objectives were for, and the objectives are to, number one, move the emotions of the people, create the motives of the people, but go against their logical reasoning. The third thing, to do things that make them battle their logical reasoning. And remember, these books that they were made in the 60s and 50s, and they were nowhere near. You wouldn't think nowhere near. You would have read them back then. You'd have been like, oh, they crazy. But now it's 50 years later, and Think and Grow Rich is a popular book. But he wrote that joint, years back, talking about this law of attraction, this hidden code. I heard you, say staying on code, this hidden code in the universe, right? So, talk about that real quick. Talk about this.
Well, yeah. Let me.
Do you think there is a cheat code to life that some people got and others don't?
Yeah. It's the occult. Remember, occult means hidden. Okay. Esoteric is something you're going to get. Geometry is esoteric, meaning you're going to have to learn arithmetic first. Once you earn your way, we're going to teach it to you. Right. Occult is, I don't give a F how much you know. We're not teaching you this for nothing. This is where the fraternities come in at. The fraternities were the people. Why are fraternities in the colleges? Well, Crumb, a fraternity is no different than a Mason. Is a fraternity, a Mason, and a blood. A lot of these initiations, a lot of these rituals, they're identical. In a fraternity, you got to get jumped in.
Yes, you do.
You want to be a part of this fraternity? Oh, well, it's at the college. You got to read books. No, you got to get your ass beat.
That's why. Remember, everything is borrowed from shamanism. So that's part of the African rights. When an African becomes a boy, or a man becomes a man, right? And the boy becoming a man, 12 or 13, coming into puberty, and he in Africa, and he got to go wrestle the lion or kill the lion, or he got to fight the warriors of the village to prove he a man, and
rite of passage.
Right. It's called rites of passage. This is every culture has a different form of rites of passage for that particular group of people, and what their group and organization is trying to accomplish. Right. The hazing rituals, if you will.
Hazing, gang initiation, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, hazing, initiation, whatever. So how do you feel about how do you feel about these organizations? All right, so first and foremost, what is
these
your
organizations
take on,
are doing a good thing.
What is your take on the children being trafficked, and what is your take on the human trafficking, the child sex trafficking, the rape, the pedophilia that rich white Americans are, and specifically a lot of rich white Jews are funding, with their big pockets, and now organ harvesting and human trafficking has become a bigger industry than the illegal drug trade. What is your stance on that? What is your take on that that area of life that few people like to talk about?
Well, you got to think about money and power. Certain things you can't buy. Oh, I'm rich. I can go buy a Rolls Royce. Okay, nigga, go buy a heart. I got a good heart. I'll run a fucking mile in 3 minutes. What are you talking about, a Rolls Royce? Right. Go buy your. I can't go buy a heart. Certain things money can't buy. So now you automatically, in terms of economy, you're going to have a black market. The black market is real. Right now we're on the internet. Mm-hmm. The reality is there's a dark web in operation right now.
Auctioning some organs off. Right. Listen, like on the movie. Remember the movie Saw? No. The movie Saw, the scary movie Saw.
Saw. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the scary movie Saw. That's what that shit was all about. And you look at and you see plenty of movies. The movie Get Out, the movie Would You Rather, the movie Saw, and it's always about these sadistic, crazy, fucking cuckoo people who put you in these horrible gaming like situations where you're going to be faced, with your death if you don't complete this particular task, right? So, and they always show you in the horror movies how they're always after the children. Freddy Krueger, he's forever trying to haunt the children. And Jason, Chucky. When you look at,
let me just go back to your previous thought real quick. I just found something I wanted to share with you.
Okay.
Do you remember contact tracing?
No.
During COVID, they could tell who you've been around, and you might have been around somebody who was infected.
Yeah,
and now
I remember. Okay, I didn't know that's what it was called.
You're right. And they were using it through people's phones and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how the internet cannot eliminate child pornography, the root demand for child trafficking, but can censor, block, and delete all conspiracy theories and facts. And contact traces those who've been in contact with COVID, but not those who steal and molest kids. Remember, there's a huge list of sex offenders in your neighborhood, but we can't use contact tracing on them. But we can use contact tracing on your ass to see if you've been around somebody who had COVID versus seeing if you've been around a pedophile.
Right.
And this system is owned, operated, financed by the crooks. Who investigates the cops when they break crimes? Internal affairs. Who is internal affairs? The goddamn police. The people who broke the law and the people who are in charge of investigating the people who broke the law are the people who broke the law.
Yep. Investigate yourself. Oh no, nigga said, and you think you safe in Texas? Oh, I know I'm safe in Texas. You know I know I'm safe in Texas? Because I got the magic and the sorcery that keep me safe in Texas. See, I know I'm safe anywhere I travel. You put me anywhere on the face of the planet of the globe, these fucking algorithms ain't gonna miss. See that, and I know for a fact life is a game of Harry Potter, the Sorcerer's Stone in this bitch, and I don't play no games. I play all role-playing games. I welcome all Dungeons and Dragons, bro. I'm talking to the dude that was in my comments that told me you think you safe in Texas. So the thing that I be getting on is that pedophilia is a form of malevolent sorcery and magic. They do pedophile rituals. They sacrifice women. They do pedivore rituals, where that's the drinking the blood and the eating of the flesh. They do a lot of mutilation, and a lot of the stuff was getting leaked by that QAnon movement when Trump was in office. But before Trump was in office, I was already, exposing the Rainbow Booty Boy gang. And so my thing is this, a big statistic, like, and Dr. Umar has said this in one of his statistics, of the people that he's dealt with the psychological counseling and things of that nature, that, more, and this crazy that the psychology got statistics almost mirror that. He said like over 70% of the people that he encountered that were homosexual were that way because they were tampered with as a child, right? And so, when you look at these pedophiles and these rapists and these racists and these Satanists, right, and they're operating through these, and remember, because they're operating through these vehicles, bro, like these vehicles that we hold sacred, or these vehicles that we claim lay to, and I didn't mean to lay on my brother, man, but I was letting them know, man, Omega Psi Phi, bro, wait a minute, bro, they got a list, of niggas, they got a list of shit of people that are doing some evil fucking magic, and I'm not saying my brother Varner was with the shit, but I'm asking him, how do you feel to be associated with throwing that up, knowing they got people that's wearing that and doing those things? You feel me? Like, I wouldn't feel right calling myself Chakra Doctor if they had somebody before me that was a notorious pedophile and they called themselves Chakra Doctor. You understand what I'm saying? Like Brother Polite, adamantly always says praises amen to, you know, to the pedophile, the pedophile guy in jail, York, right? And how Malachi York, and I'm a big fan of the law of attraction. I'm a big fan of you shall know a tree by the fruit that it bear, and I'm a big fan that when you are abiding by the laws of manhood, Mother Nature will provide for you and protect you as she does all her men. And when you analyze the Black community and the conscious community, man, it's overrun with sexual misconduct more than we would like to admit. Especially within the conscious community. You know, what do you so you said this is going to wake us up, the big old calamity is going to wake us up. But when that big calamity wakes us up, what is going to be the new structure? Like, what we Black folks, what do you predict is going to be the new system that is created from us? Or do you think we will create a system? Do you think we'll be run over? Do you think that we're going to lose? Or what do you think is going to happen? What, the government is going to secede to the people and we got to start over and hold a city council and start voting for new people? Do we have to go back to Africa, like they say? Do we, you know, do we settle down in the southern region and it's just, you know, all the southern region is for Black folks or something? Or like, what do you think is about to happen in Black America?
We're going to be the new leaders of industry.
Hey, man, you heard it first right here. We're going to be, one more time, man, and then keep going, bro.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, we're definitely going to be the new leaders of industry. It's always been in us. You know, we've always been their magic bullet. You know, they seem like they got it together, and it's always one of us in the background. So now, once they can really get out the way,
let's go.
We're gonna really shine. Like our people, we really go hard. It's just, you know, they do an excellent job at keeping that information out of the forefront. You know, when we talk about Black history, it starts from slavery, and we have these impressions, and we see these doctored and you know, they massage the numbers, you know, in terms of certain things, and now we have these images and thoughts. And you know, it was just like we were saying, once the Black Messiah comes, you know, and we're seeing little shifts. Like right now, Kamala Harris is the vice president.
Do you think Joe Biden is going to die and she's going to become the first the first woman president?
Now,
just a side note. That's a side note. Yes,
no. You're reading my mind. That's where I was going. Okay. Joe Biden is hella old. You know how listening audience and those who are going to catch this later. What if I told you Joe Biden is like 600? Like how old is Joe Biden? Like he's somewhere in the sixes. He old as hell. Well, he's like 55, 9. He's old as hell. But
he already got dementia, like onsetting dementia already. Somebody told me that Joe Biden is really Obama's third term.
Oh, most indubitably. And, you know, I was joking around with the 600, but he's really old. So now, if Joe Biden dies, old girl will be president. Kamala. Nancy Pelosi will be vice president.
The fuck?
Right. It goes from bad to worse. Now, here's the thing.
You're about to get gangster.
Kamala's sister is the youngest dean of a law university in American history. Everybody's calling Kamala's sister the Black female Robert Kennedy. If anybody knows who Robert Kennedy is the brother of John F. Kennedy. When John F. Kennedy became president, he appointed his brother attorney general. A lot of people speculate that because they're already calling her sister the black female Robert Kennedy. So what they're saying is if Biden dies, Kamala will be president, Pelosi will be vice president, and Kamala's sister will be attorney general. The three highest positions in the land. Who run the world?
Girls. Who run the world? Girls. Bro, do you think that's gonna act? So hold on. So what do you think Trump is about to do? So Trump has gotten these southern Republican states together to sue Joe Biden, and for everybody out there, for everybody out there, please hit me up if y'all want y'all vaccine exemptions. If y'all trying to duck Bob and weave and duck the Floyd Money Mayweather jab, you know what I'm saying? Hit me up for your vaccine exemptions, you feel me? But Trigger to Trump then got these states to come together and sue Biden over this mandate shit. Do you think there will be a re-election of Trump?
Well,
or do you think Kamala and them? Do you think Joe dies? Kamala and them and the three the three queens of the Orion constellation take over the White House. Do you think Trump comes in riding on the horse, grabbing them by the pussy? What?
Trump is truly a wild card. We've seen wild cards before.
You don't think he's a puppet? Or you think he's a true wild card? You think Donald Trump is a true wild card, or do you think he is an Illuminati puppet?
I think they're all on the team.
All right, they're all on the team.
I mean, what the name of that team is, I don't know. Remember, Biden's last election, he catered to black people. When campaign, when he ran against Biden, he said he was going to come out with a diamond platinum plan for black people that would look a lot like reparations. I'm not sure if you heard that, but for you, the listening audience, or for those who are going to catch this later, go look up Donald Trump's black reparation diamond plan or platinum plan or something like that. Mm-hmm. However, go back to the campaign before that. Remember, Biden was campaigning and pandering to the damn rednecks with 3 teeth who had, babies with their sisters.
Right.
It was a lot of that energy. And I'm like, damn, he switched sides this election. Because that first election, he didn't say one word to black people.
Right.
So I think he's definitely part of a team. He, they say being president is like sex. Once you have it once, you want it again. And you'll do it, these people will do and say whatever it is they can. But at that level, they're going to have to grease palms and, oil the machine to get things done. So they have to work with the team. Crazy enough, some people speculate that the team that Biden was working with was a foreign team. That's why his thing was so off kilter. Remember, Donald Trump married a foreign woman. That was very unpatriotic of him. Donald Trump was in bed with who? The Russians. What are the Russians most famous for, other than the mafia movies, killing people like Denzel Washington? Hackers. The Russians are good at bed. Go look at who are the most popular. What race of people are the most famous hackers? The Russians. So now, they hacked the election. Oh, he's in bed with the Russians, and now the elections get hacked. Oh, what do you know? Surprise. Right. I don't know who he's in bed with, but he's a part of some team. He's not alone. He's not a lone gunman. It was a team that got JFK. I'm just talking, but you get the point.
But so they're all on the team though. You don't know what the name of the team, but they're all for one and one for all, like the three amigos.
Now I think
Three Musketeers. Sorry.
For us as black people, we're seeing history repeat itself. Civil war is an oxymoron. An oxymoron is opposites. If it's civil, it can't be war. If it's war, it can't be civil. There's no such thing as a civil war. But a civil war was a prime opportunity for black people. White people were fighting each other. We, you know, because when white people see two black people fighting, they capitalize, they monopolize. This is the art of war. And I tell you, the European is an old dog who don't like new tricks. Divide and conquer was cool then. Divide and conquer is cool now. The melanated man has not mastered this like the European has. So we saw during the Civil War where, you know, we could have capitalized on the divide and conquer. So now, you know, with this whole a certain group of white people against another group of white people, I feel like they felt when they see black people fighting black people, yeah, kill each other, help us, you know, when y'all kill each other, it helps me out, and I'm gonna capitalize and, you know, use you two against each other to further my agenda. Brother, this is a great time for us.
So you don't believe we can all get along?
No. That's not the way nature works. Nature, you know, that's a utopian society. That was the whole problem with democracy. With communism. Not saying I love communism, but communism looks great on paper.
Before you go there, I want to ask you this though. So where does the average white American fits into the fall, the crash? You know, when they fail us, I know they're failing themselves as well. What happens to the average tax-paying white person when this shift of power, you know, or when these economic events take place?
During 9/11, the people in the Middle East were chanting, or after the 9/11 thing took place, they were in the streets yelling something to this effect: head of gold, body of stone, feet of clay. You know where that comes from?
Huh?
Head of gold, chest of stone, I think it's legs of bronze, I don't know, but feet of clay. That comes from the story of Babylon. Head of gold, this thing is very smart, it knows how to make money. Body of stone, it's impenetrable, you can't defeat this nation with a military. Feet of clay, this nation has a weak foundation. Right. Gold is heavy, stone is heavy, I think the legs are bronze. Bronze is heavy, clay can't support all of those heavy materials. So you're going to crumble under your own might, under your own weight. So now remember, they have the keys of industry. They're going to lose the keys of industry. The European, by the time they get to 5th grade, they know approximately 10,000 more words than our children do. One word that our people don't know is nepotism. Once they lose the keys of industry and we get those keys of industry, we're going to practice nepotism. They're not going to have anything in this country. They're going to leave the country. They're going to leave the country in mass. They're going to leave the country in drove. They're going to do what blood does. Blood coagulates. Remember, in about 10 years or less, the European is going to be the minority in America. The family, they've always been the minority, but now the gig is up. The jig is up. Once they lose the keys of industry, once they lose the power of media, we're going to see eventually the smoke will clear and you're going to see the mirrors. That man, who goes there? Oh, Wizard of Oz. No, that's a little ass white man. And you're going to see just how little he is. And he's going to have to leave. And when he leaves, they're going to drove up just like they did when they went out west. They're going to get in their carriages. They're going to pile up their cars. And they're going to head towards the east. And you're going to see them leave. And before you see them in sight, you'll smell them before they get close to you. You'll smell the European as he leaves the west and all of the major strongholds throughout this land.
So where do you think they're going to leave and go to?
They're going to go back home. They're going to coagulate just like blood does. When blood spills, I seen a man get stabbed, bled out half his body. And the blood, when it got on the ground, it had an intelligence to it. It was moving in a certain way, not like water. Water just goes everywhere. Blood moves together. Like, how did the blood even, if the blood has an awareness, the blood coagulates. Right. Like, we're all just going to come together just to try to preserve ourselves. They're going to coagulate. They're going to go to preserve themselves. They're in 10 years, less than 10 years, they have already told you right now they're going to be a minority in America.
Mm-hmm.
Europeans will be the minority in America in less than 10 years. After that, and they lose the keys of industry, they're going to go and they're going to build their numbers and fort up. They're going to tribe up. They're going to go back to that level.
Okay.
And they're going to do it in Europe.
Oh, and you think Europe is going to let all of the white people from America come to Europe?
Europe is in dire straits. Go look at Europe right now. There are more like go if you go to Europe, you're not going to see white people. Did you know? You go to Europe, go to France. You go to France. France looks like Nigeria.
France, you're not going to see white folks in Europe.
You're not. Remember, what language do they speak on the west coast of Africa? French. You go to France, you're going to see a lot of Africans. Take your ass over to Germany. Germany going to look like little Pakistan. Take your ass over to, over here. Europe is no longer white. Europe is a melting pot at best.
Wow.
White numbers are seriously dwindling globally.
Oh. So this is what the whole eugenics thing is about.
Preserving your race. There's nothing wrong with white people wanting to live, wanting to survive. Y'all treat white people so bad as if you wouldn't do the same thing. The family must understand there's rules to this world. The first law of this world, the first law of life is what?
Survive. Preservation.
Self-preservation, survival. That's the name of the game. The European is trying to survive, and we can't blame them. Now, this is the thing. This is their last hoorah. They're going to drop every bomb they got. They don't have nothing to lose at this point.
Hold on. So look. Hey, no, listen. You're already saying the shit I'll already be saying. So like, it's like I'm just talking to my doppelganger right now. You understand me? You feel me? What's your zodiac sign, bro?
Scorpio.
That Mars. I'm Aries.
Scorpio Sun, Scorpio Moon, November 15th, 1982.
Oh shit! I'm Aries Sun with a Sagittarius Moon, and I'm April 12th, 1982.
Okay. Okay.
That's peaceful. So we both sharing that Mars energy. That's wonderful, man. And so. Because you said all this, like you already said a lot of this shit already. It's like 99% of the shit you said, just like you said, Toby, like it's completely, on point. I'm not 100, completely on point. So I predicted it. I told everybody, man, Satan's World Burn 2025. Y'all better have your shit together by 2025. When do you predict the fall of Babylon?
Well, I'm gonna go with the Bible on this one. Man knows not the day nor the hour. But I'm gonna tell you what Grandma told me. We in the last days.
So do you believe in that conscience? So do you believe what Elon Musk said? Like, because so Elon Musk just became the number one billionaire above Jeff Bezos. What today or yesterday or some shit. And he is a known atheist. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's very interesting. I just want to add value. Let's break down the name Elon. The name Elon, E-L-O-N. When you're dealing with L is Hebrew for God. When you're dealing with On is ancient Egyptian for God. So your name is Elon. Remember, On is.
It reminds me of Egyptian Musk.
So now, L, you put that on at the very end of the people who you're the God of. Raphael, Gabriel, Rachel, Israel, Emmanuel, so on and so forth. Same thing with On, the God On, Solomon, Proton,
Sandalphon,
uh,
Metatron,
Demon, Solomon, Metatron,
Coranzon.
so on and so forth. So now this guy name is L and on. So from a occult or esoteric point of view, for this guy to be an atheist and your name is L on, you know, it's interesting.
Well, and I tell people that atheism is a form of chaos magic. If you read the chaos magic books that I've read, written by Caucasians, they let you know that, you know, part of the thing that makes chaos magic work is the ability to deflect, right? And what better way to deflect that you're doing demonic magic and necromancy and all type of shit, than by saying, you know, I don't believe in God. There is no such thing. There is no God. While knowing that, you know, you're the God, there is no, right? Moving in that lower self. So, you know, the guy that created PayPal and then moves into building rockets. That's a weird transition in itself. The guy with Asperger's, but still love to drink coffee, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times a day. You know, all of these things are not adding up when it comes to this character, Mr. Musk. First and foremost, the space myth that, you know, they're trying to get us to believe, and now you're trying to get us to believe, Mr. Musk, that you are, you know, you are taking rockets and stuff to space, right? So everybody is using Mr. Musk becoming a billionaire to demonize Christianity and say, well, you know, how the fuck did atheists become the richest man in the world, and y'all supposed to be the children of God, and da 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 da, and Christians and things in this nation, and well, the atheist is the person who don't believe in God is the richest man in the world. And you know, how do you feel, right? How do you feel about, you know, atheism and those who don't believe, you know, in the higher power or the God, or, you know, things of that nature?
Atheists. That's a pretty good question.
You got a lot
I
of
think it's fair.
millionaires. Think it's fair?
Yeah, you know, people, you know, people don't subscribe to belief systems, and I'm I'm all for that, you know. I think black people, I think, you know, we are pushed away from atheists because we have a cult mentality when it comes to religion. You know, it's very black and white. Your ass don't believe, you going to hell. And in the black community,
do you think you know that's how a brainwasher, right? Under okay.
you
Because
going to
I
hell.
remember it never was like that. You know, when you look at the old accounts and the ancient ancestral accounts, it seems that we were. That's another thing I want to ask you, man. Like, when you look at history and you see all of the great things that we accomplished so long ago, so much so that the technologies of the day can't even replicate what we did back then. And how far we've, you know, stepped backward. We haven't stepped forward. We've gone backward. What do you think is the root cause? What do you think happened? Just your personal historical theoretic mind. What do you think happened to black people so much so that they become the bottom feeders of the earth? Well, how did they go from the Mansa Musas and the Cleopatras and the Ramses and all of the pharaohs and all of the great, you know, stories you hear about how black people were this and black people were that. We were kings, we were Queens, and we were all over the peninsulas, all in all the different continents, and we had it just going on. What, dude? How? Well, first and foremost, how in the fuck the whole globe of black people got it? Like, you know, what do you think actually happened? And I don't care how crazy it sounds, but what do you think happened so that black people fell to this low of a state?
Just like there was an ice age, there will be a fire age. Have you heard that before?
Mm-hmm. We're not in the age of fire, but yes, I heard that before.
The reality, the realm we live in is a realm of polarity and duality. All great things must come to an end. You know how much all is? All great things must come to an end. In addition to that, all bad things must come to an end. We go through a state of ebb and flow. It's called a great year. And
but what do you think actually happened? Though? Like, what is your opinion? What do you think black people did? What was the straw that broke the camel back, or what was the practice or pattern that we got into that made our people fall so low, so much so that we're not even, we're not nowhere near where we once were?
According to Chancellor Williams, author of the book "The Destruction of according to Dr. Chancellor Williams, The Destruction of a Black Civilization. He said, now I'm looking at the book. I got the book right there.
Oh, okay, cool.
According to him, it was when we started having sex with white women. That was the fall of our civilization. That was the start.
You serious?
And that's according to Dr. Chancellor Williams.
I'm saying, do you believe that though?
I'm compelled to believe that.
Do you? So, because remember, that's all right. Well, now we gotta go. Now we gotta ask you this question, because the people who started that practice were the Moors.
Well, I don't want to say started that.
Yes, remember when remember the ritual of the burning sands is when Africa marched them out of Africa into the mountains of Europe and roped them in Europe. Okay. And the Moors came and freed them out of the Dark Age, henceforth the story of Moses. And then they got trained by the Moors and they invaded, so-called invaded, which is, I haven't seen any real true proof that the bulk of it happened, but they invaded the West African and so-called the transatlantic slave trade began in slavery. Like, what do you think about that, bro? Like, what is your take on that whole scenario?
Of course, that was a major. Our gift is our curse. Our gift is our curse.
So he said the reason why you agree with the guy in the book,
Dr. Chancellor Williams. Yes, I think he has a strong assessment.
He agrees with Dr. Chancellor Williams. Dr. Chancellor Williams. So I asked him, why do you think black people, why we fail? And he said, Chancellor Williams said in the book, the reason why we failed is because we began sleeping with white women. I would say that. And let me see that book. Hold that up for the people so they can screenshot. Y'all screenshot that book, The Destruction of Black Civilization. Great Issues of a Race from 4500 BC to 2000 AD. God damn. Ooh.
He said we destroyed the race when we started mixing with the seed. Don't mix the seed.
When the sons of God began to mate with the daughters of men and seen that they were fair on some shit.
Amen.
So and you gotta say that's plausible, because you gotta look at who's responsible for the fall? And it's not the women. The women can't be responsible for the fall when the men are the protectors, the servers, maintainers, sustainers, and the providers of the people. So the fall of black people is definitely the man's fault. It's just that, what was it? And to this day, them niggas do that right now. Them niggas get $1 million, and he gonna keep balling, and you get right, girl. And when he get on, he leave your ass for a white girl. Yeah. Damn, son. So you actually think that the fall of black? So hold on. So where does that? So now. So I guess that's now you understand why they call it Judgment Day, because take the T off of judgment and you got men. And in certain sacred circles, sister circles of women who acknowledge the goddess principle and the sacred feminine energy that's ushering upon the earth, it says that energy is going to usher in and judge men. And that is a real good reason to judge men. Hey, if that is the reason why black people fail, I know for a fact we are about to get judged like a motherfucker. That is going to be like, man, yeah, I gotta read that book. I gotta go see what he's talking about. Because that, when you think about it, that's the only real, plausible explanation, if you will. Unless you're believing in the story of Yakub.
I do subscribe to the story of Yakub, yes, sir.
Okay, and I do subscribe to the story of Yakub as well. So now it goes to the Blacked Out and Whitewashed, because Blacked Out, I don't know if you ever read Blacked Out Through Whitewashed by Dr. Susan Epps, but have you never, man, go get this book, man, please go do yourself a favor and get this book. It's the book right here. Me and Seko got down on it, Blacked Out Through Whitewash. She's an etymologist, and she break down the four different ways that the albinos were created. And they said the Yakub story was one way, and that was one way that came about. But he said, the climbing story, that was another way as well. And so on and so forth. They had 4 different ways. But do you so now we're getting a little bit deeper. Do you believe in extraterrestrials, aliens?
Can I share a screen?
Meaning that I don't care if we're all the extraterrestrial aliens, but do you believe that there are higher intelligent beings that are behind the scenes just watching this shit, do what it do? Is Earth an experiment, or is humanity an experiment, an extraterrestrial experiment?
May I share screen, please?
How do I get you to do that?
It's at the bottom. You just hit add to screen, add to stream.
I'm on my phone, so let me see.
Oh, you're on your phone. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not on the computer with. I'm on my iPhone 13.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get you to listen to this. I'm just gonna put my mic to the thing. Hold on.
All right, cool.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Let me turn my volume up. Oh wait, hold on. Let me move my head to the computer. Almost ready. Okay. Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Aliens exist, and President Trump knows about it. That's according to Israel's former space security chief. In an interview with an Israeli newspaper, he said the aliens have been waiting until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we will understand in general what space and spaceships are. NBC News chief global correspondent Bill Neely explains this one.
Hi, Alison. Well, this is quite a story, and it comes from the man who headed Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years.
It's only 2 minutes.
Chaim Eshed is making the extraordinary claim that the United States and Israel have been in contact with a group of aliens for years, not immigrants, but extraterrestrials. He has called them the Galactic Federation of Aliens. And he says President Trump is aware of the existence of these aliens and had been on the verge of revealing their secrets, he claims, but was asked not to do so by the Federation in order to prevent what he calls mass hysteria. Well, the retired general says the US and Israel have kept it from the public because, quotes, humanity isn't ready and the aliens don't want to reveal themselves until humanity can evolve, he says, and understand what space really is. Well, the good news is that he claims an agreement has been reached between the US government and the aliens, a contract to do experiments here.
Almost done.
You good, man. Keep going.
Underground base on Mars, where there are American and alien representatives. Now, this former head of a branch of Israel's defense ministry is 87. He was very well respected, at least until now. And
at least up until now. Or he revealed the secrets, now he's not respected no more. Oh, that's cool.
Israeli newspaper in Hebrew, but it's really taken off after parts of it were published in English by the Jerusalem Post today.
All right, wait. Look, now we get into some nitty gritty. Because you said before, magic is high science. All right, so I've been telling my people that have been following me, right, that in order for us to receive visits, right, in order for us to see visits, or in order for us to be able to sit at the table with the interdimensional, extraterrestrial, multidimensional higher beings and life forms, we black people, we people in general, not just black people, but we people in general are going to have to clean up our diets and get at a high frequency level of food that we eat to receive certain frequency emissions. We're going to have to clean up our minds so that we can get. I can't hear you. Hold on, your mic. Oh, I got turned.
Sorry. Let's stick with the diet real quickly. Every single holiday, the word holiday is holy day. It's a star alignment. Why do you always eat on holidays or holy days? Because they're blocking you from your downloads. Thanksgiving is a day that the stars align. On that day, don't eat. And you're going to get downloads. Christmas Day, don't eat. July 4th, don't eat. Easter, don't eat. Halloween, don't eat. You will get downloads if you fast on those days of astrological alignment. That's what the part about not eating and being able to receive something connecting from a higher source. Please continue.
All right. Can I tell people, what you're going to see. So our bodies are machines. Our brains are computers. We are the AI. I don't know why everybody keep looking for AI when the human being is the AI. We are just the version of the iPhone called Homo sapiens sapien. There are, I think, 14 or 15 other versions of us before we made it to Homo sapiens sapien. Erectus, Homos, go look at the different Homos. And so when you're talking about magic, I have learned and come to learn, and I have come to the revelations of magic is the actual real way that we contact them. Magic and practicing magic is the actual real way that we change and activate our dormant DNA. And magic, our frequency and our codes and what we eat and what we haven't eaten, and that weighs down or lightens us up, is going to be what they act like if they was scanning the earth for light, right? The things that are going to make you vibrate a higher light so that you can be recognized in this world of darkness is cleaning up your diet, cleaning up your mind with positive thinking positive emotions and emitting positive emotional frequencies, and practicing intentional sigil rituals and learning different occult hidden meanings, because these are the things that are going to determine whether or not you're worthy to understand that what they were talking about on the news, those higher concepts of space, time, travel, interdimensional beings, and extraterrestrial life forms. And you're going to be surprised when you find out that a lot of these life forms look like you and I. You're going to be surprised when you find out that a lot of these life forms are black people. That's the part that everybody is going to be surprised about.
Now, I wanted to ask the listening audience, because I just played that video. They said Trump knows about the aliens. The government of Israel is tapped in, so on and so forth. I wanted to ask the listening audience, what is the newest branch of the government? I'm sorry, of the military that Donald Trump created? Brother, just give the family. Hold on 2 seconds. Let me open up with some Jeopardy music just to kind of get this ball rolling really quickly. I don't want you to answer. Let's just give the family an opportunity, if they even know the answer.
Oh, Space Force.
Well, there we go. I couldn't even get
my followers. Hey man, my followers on game. So like, my followers not even following. My followers are like got shit going on in their own right, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? We small, but we thick, bro. Yeah. Space Force, everybody.
So, you know, when you ask me, do I believe in aliens? I think at this point, we don't have a choice. You know, they're talking about it on TV. Like that was the news. I think that was NBC or ABC. That wasn't, you know, tinfoilhat.com.
No. They had another one that was on the news talking about it was a whole different one. Man, they got a lot of different things on the news that the news just be revealed and just spitting it out, just like, hey man, this is about to happen. You believe it or not, you know what I mean? So the actual shit, you know, when it comes to these aliens, because I heard you say, you know, we are the aliens. Do you believe that these aliens will be how they portray them to us in the movies? Or do you believe the way they portray them to the movies is the way to distract us from the way they're really going to look like, you know, you and I, black folk?
Well, when we're dealing with aliens, or what we perceive as aliens, I believe that aliens have the ability to shapeshift. A lot of people tell you that God will appear in a way that you will recognize him. What does that mean? God gonna shapeshift on your ass and appear as something that you're gonna resonate with.
But think about it, though. Think about it. How can that not be a God quality? I mean, you know, I tell people all the time, you know, was that a person talking to you, or was that the sun in its omnipresent capability manifesting as a human being coming to sit down and talk to you to see if you respect the cosmos?
Talk black to me.
Is that I said, you know, you think, so I keep telling people solar winds. I said, respect the wind. I said, because y'all keep forgetting, y'all think wind is just relegated to Earth, when wind is relegated to space and solar time, right? And when you're in the street and a truck passes you, boom, and it goes straight past you, you feel the wind from that fucking truck or that car when you're standing at the bus stop. Now you're trying to tell me you at, you know, I'm 6 feet tall, you know, me at 6 feet tall, I can feel the wind of a 18-wheeler truck pass me by and feel the ground shake when it passes by. But Earth can't feel the wind of Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, you know, or any one of the other planets when they pass by doing their celestial, you know, their celestial goings-on dance. Now, whether this motherfucker flat, whether this motherfucker round, we do know this motherfucker moving. That's what we do. Now, how it's moving, now whether it's moving, the top moving and we staying still, or the bottom moving, or we moving and we moving through this business spinning, it doesn't matter. That part never appealed to me. The part that you know, appealed to me was the very things that we take for an environment are actually conscious, living, breathing, thinking, and feeling, recording our actions. This is why the Quran tells you there'll be an angel on your right and an angel on your left, and it says your hands is going to talk against you, and your knees. It said everywhere where you didn't prostrate, everything is going to talk you. Everything, all of your body parts are going to talk against you on the day of judgment, on the day of Qiyamah. You know, and when you analyze all of these God-like, remember, we keep talking about these gods, but we don't want to give them their just powers of, abilities. We'll say this is the god of water, but this motherfucker can't turn into an ocean or, do some water type shit and flood some shit. Right? We say, oh, this is the god of air, but he can't control that fucking air and turn it into a hurricane. Like, oh, this is the god of thunder and the god of this and the god of that and the god of that and the god of this. And you say, okay, but let's take it to that real X-Men type level. And you can't, let's take it to that X-Men type level. And you wouldn't be able to know it. Why? Because you said they're able to shapeshift. Like I done had feelings, bro. I done dealt with familiars, man. I done dealt with entities, bro. And in dealing with entities, I know for a fact that 98% of the shit that can be seen, we cannot see with our naked eye, bro. Okay? You can't see germs, you can't see particles, you can't see atoms, you can't see... Man, remember, the reason why everybody won in fucking Infinity Wars because Ant-Man was in the fucking quantum world. When Thanos snapped the finger, and that don't affect the quantum world because the quantum world is the goddamn finger snap. So therefore, when Thanos snapped, Ant-Man didn't get snapped away. With everybody else, or left behind with everybody else, because this nigga was already in the quantum world. He didn't even feel the effects of that shit because it had no bearing in rain because he was in that real world. Right? So, when you're analyzing this game and you're analyzing, okay, is that a cloud or is that a god that has control of the clouds? What can the moon really do? Like, we know it's a satellite and da-da-da-da, but what can that motherfucker, what can we do? What can it really do that we can't see with our naked eye? What waves is it really emitting? What sun, you say, oh, you get cancer from the sun, but you don't see those rays hitting your sun. You just feel them on your skin. But you don't see the waves. You might see it in a heat wave, right? But you don't actually see it. But you know that the air is real because you're breathing, and you know that all of this shit is real because you feel it. So my question to you would be this. If, because you said it earlier, all this shit is magic. All this shit is high science. So do you think that those of us who are adept in the high sciences, of the algorithms of, sorcery or magic, or what one might call the matrix, and cracking codes and staying on code and things of that nature, do you think we will be the ones that will be raptured up by the aliens? Do you think there will be a rapturing up by the aliens like the Bible speaks of when we all get raptured up? And because that would be some alien-like shit. If a being, a mystical light being comes and snaps finger, or some shit happens and we all get raptured up like some like the Bible say, that's some alien-esque, type stuff. That's some beam me up Scotty type shit. So do you think, that there will be a rapture, if you will, and a rapturing up like you seen on Infinity Wars when all of it, and notice everybody on Infinity Wars that disappeared, it was the good characters, Spider-Man, all of the good characters were raptured away, while the bad characters or the bad, superheroes, they stayed behind. If you go look at it, right? So do you think there will be a rapturing up by the aliens, or will it be just a visit and they just gonna reveal themselves and just gonna pop up? Or like, how is it gonna happen, bro? Like, you know what I mean?
I posted a video on my platform, my YouTube channel, of how it was going to happen. Yeah, there will be a rapture, but you're going to have to pass the brown paper bag test in order to be raptured.
So hold up. So you're saying the aliens not gonna let white people in?
Not only white people like myself ain't even going to be able to get in because I don't pass the brown paper bag test. I don't have enough melanins per you know, whatever.
Man, I don't believe that one though. No, I don't believe that. Man, come on, nah.
You're gonna have a certain concentration of melanin.
I halfway believe you. This is the part I believe. You're gonna have to have a certain concentration, but I don't think it's gonna be melanin, bro.
Well, here, spaceships. Spaceships couldn't go into outer space until they made one big change. Do you know what that was? They put melanin on the tip of the rocket of the space. Go to any spaceship you go and look at. There's melanin on the nose of it, on the tip. They can't get through without a certain concentration of melanin.
Yeah. This is why, I'm about to say what I'm saying. Like, well, when you look at nature, right? Nature naturally makes recessive and multicolored life, right? And nature is the perfect template of life. When you look at this light has an array spectrum, and the different colors on the array spectrum of light, how the different stars shine different colors, and those different colors manifest environments on different planets because of the different colors and vibration of the light of the stars. And keeping in tune with nature, the human being follows that same suit. You could get a human being for every shade and color that there is on the face of the planet, even the blue, black. They got a green human being somewhere. You just probably never found it yet. And so the reason why I said that is that we are spirits incarnating into this game of life. And when you're talking about a spirit, incarnating into a vehicle, a body, right? Now you're talking about, no matter if the body is, an animal's body, no matter if the body is whatever, if it breathes and can go roof or whatever, or talk or whatever, it's in the game of life. It's playing and have a purpose in the simulation, the Sims, in the Sims that we're going through. So, I've seen righteousness in every aspect of life, but I've also seen evil in every aspect of life simply because of free will, right? And being in this game, learning sorcery, learning magic, and seeing certain manifestations and things of that nature, I would beg to differ. I would respectfully beg to differ in the terms of it's only going to be this type of melanin that goes through versus this type of spiritual frequency of love flowing through your light being, because this body is just a vehicle. This body is going back to Mother Earth. Mother Earth is going to recycle this body and do something, whatever she wants with this body, right? But your spirit, your soul is going to go back and get judged. Remember, on the scales of my eye, shall you be judged. So I feel like a lot of us come here and to live these different lives, to learn these different life cycles and these different life tests and all of these multifaceted colors.
I'm so glad you said that, because when we're dealing with the body is the hardware. So think of it like a iPhone versus an Android, or maybe a Apple computer versus a PC. Your PC is going to be more susceptible to viruses. Your PC is going to be able to be hacked. Your PC isn't a strong enough model to survive in a certain realm where the Apple, which makes your Apple the superior product. I'm not saying, I'm against light-skinned people or white people, but what I'm saying is we don't have the right hardware to maintain in certain realms.
And that's what I was saying. I was saying the people who are going to, I feel like just like phones get an upgrade and computers get an upgrade, I feel like the human being is going to get an upgrade. And those who will be eligible for the upgrade has a certain DNA code sequence of experience going on inside of their DNA. And it's not so much as your color, but so much as your deeds and your frequency of positive emission. right? Like I feel like you got to meet this certain light code frequency, and this certain light code frequency that you read, no matter your color, man, because they got people who do good all throughout the land. Remember, this is the omnipresence of God. You can't rob God of omnipresence. So if God is in everything, we got to expect that some of everything is going to have the goodness of God, even white, even Hispanic, even all of the different things because of the omnipresence of God. But we also know that the devil is a part of the omnipresence of God. So you're going to see the devil in everything as well.
All right, so I'll give you that. Let's play that game. When you're dealing with the soul, according to Europeans, it was the father of philosophy. I don't know what his, I can't remember his name, but if you Google father of philosophy,
Freud.
No, that's psychology, psychoanalytic, whatever. But anyway, he said the pineal gland was the seat of the soul. Now we must understand science. Science tells you 85% of all Europeans have a pineal calcified gland. That means there's a seat that no one can sit in. It's upside down, there's water on it, whatever the case may be. These people aren't tapped in because of how malfunctioned their hardware is. They can't tap into the internet. So I get it when you're talking about soul, you're talking about spirit, you're talking about that higher consciousness. Let's call it internet. These people's, their model is so damaged, they can't log on to the internet like you and I can to even have a soulful spiritual experience.
Remember their melanin content is a 5 to 10% melanin content. White people. In this book right here, it's a 5 to 10% melanin content amongst white. All right. And so when you look at that, and you look at, here we go, right here. Yeah, so hold on, who has it? Yeah, stage 4. And boom, here we go. So the melanin content, the melanin content, the pineal calcification rate with Africans is 5 to 15%. With Asians, it is 15 to 25%, and with Europeans, it is 60 to 80%, which still leaves them with a 20% with a 20% melanin content. This right here is once again showing that science is right, because science proves that in order for any life to be animated, any life to be existing on Earth, it has to be made of carbon. And when you're talking about anything that is moving, carbon 12, when you're talking about moving animated life, carbon 12 melanin is the thing that animates the life. And carbon 12 melanin can be said as condensed sunlight, aka our soul matter. So even their 60 to 80% pineal calcification still.
It looks like we're still on. I'm still here. My brother, I think something happened with his connection. But I'll just, kind of keep the conversation going until he gets back. Yeah, even at 20%, you can get on the internet at 20%, but what is the experience going to be like? So when white people have these spiritual experiences, it's nothing compared to, a white person's spiritual experience, in my opinion, is like when you were a child trying to watch porn on a fuzzy screen. The screen is fuzzy. You can kind of hear, and you can kind of see some things and images. You're not sure what's really going on. You've got that 20% compatibility to where you can tap in. You can watch. We tried to watch the porn channel and it was all whatever-y, but you could kind of make it out. And white people, they just don't have the hardware to fully tap in. They don't have a soul. If we want to play the spiritual part, they don't have a soul. They don't have the hardware to even tap in to the capabilities or the experiences of a soul. It's like a flip phone trying to experience the internet like a smartphone does. You can get on the internet with a flip phone. That is a true statement. But you're not going to do what you're doing on a smartphone on a flip phone. I would say a flip phone will give you 20% access to the internet. Just like the white man's pineal gland will give him 20% access to spirituality. But what is that? That's text message. That's memes. You know, you can't even play gifts. You know, I think you could probably play the GIFs, the little gifts, whatever. But you're not going to have the full internet experience. White people don't have a soul. They don't have the hardware to tap in to this experience of what a soul gives us, that ability. So in terms of aliens going to have black people or white people or any people going up to be with the aliens, you're going to have to be of a certain physical caliber if you want to get there physically. You're going to have to be of a certain spiritual caliber if you want to get there. I'm sorry, you got to be of a certain a physical caliber if you want to get there physically. You got to be of a certain spiritual caliber if you want to get there spiritually. And the European is subpar. And the family said, "What's the name of your channel?" Family, look, the name of my channel is Crumb TV. Crumb, what's the name of your channel? Voila, Crumb TV. I'm at 25,000 subscribers. I'm you know, the numbers don't mean anything, and 25 is not a lot, to be honest with you, but you know, I'm a little bit established. But when a brother asked me about the aliens, a lot of people is not going to make it. The reality is the Bible has a certain sliver of truth to it. Only 144,000 are going to even qualify for this. Family, this is not the get along game where we're all going to go, you know, you don't respect the NFL if every NFL team gets a damn Super Bowl trophy or a Super Bowl ring. That's not how shit works in the real world. Everybody gets a participation trophy. No, yo ass go to hell. Okay? You ain't shit. Your daddy won't shit. His daddy won't shit. We are all better off without you. We didn't want you down here on earth. We don't want you up there. We not playing that kumbaya game where everybody gets a trophy. No. A lot of y'all not going to make it. Well, you got to die sometime. You're going to die. You're going to die 1,000 deaths. You're not going to go to the place, you know, you're not going to make it to that next level, that higher calling. Niggas out this bitch voting, eating McDonald's, you know, just doing all types of, you know, getting jabs, you know, doing all types of foolery. Family, you're not going to make it by any means, by any stretch of the imagination. I thought the brother would have been back by now. He asked me so many questions, and I never got to elaborate on a lot of those questions. He also asked me something, and can I do this? I don't have the authority to share my screen. Do I? Edit name, stop screen. Nope, I don't have the authority to do that. So anyway, I can't share my screen. We're 4 hours in. I think I'm gonna end it on his behalf. Great show, great group of people. We've got about 80 people watching right now, a little bit less than 100 people. It's midnight. The family's tapped in, obviously. You know, I'm in Atlanta, but basically what he was saying, some things he was saying I wanted to answer. The fall of man, the fall of Black civilization was sex is a weapon. He asked me earlier in the broadcast, he said, you know, what was the fall of Black civilization, the destruction of Black civilization? I told him the white woman. He was like, oh, wow. Like, why would you say wow when we
I'm right here, bro. My bad.
Peace and love. Peace and love. All right.
I gotta put in my phone died. I had to get my other phone, man.
Okay. I'll tone it down with you. I mean,
hold on.
But I was just telling the family, you know, sex is a weapon.
Sorry, brother.
Oh no, you're good.
Yeah.
You know, sex is a weapon. The jab, I don't want to get too deep into that, but the basis of the jab is HIV. The you know, you be like, oh yeah, Crumb, you out here driving a Lex, the chassis ain't nothing but a Toyota. The chassis, the base, the frame of the jab is HIV. Sex has always been a weapon, family. It's always been a weapon. The family asked a question in the comments.
Yeah, somebody said, Doc can cure that. Hey, bro.
Can cure what?
HIV.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the jab, because that's what I'm talking about.
I cure that too. I cleanse people. If a person, but you know, most people who have taken the jab, they're already chosen made their decision, you know, in life when it comes to whose side, what side they on when it comes to the programming. You know what I mean? Like, most likely, if you didn't took the jab, man, I what do you think? So that's my question now, bro. Like, you know, do you think this shit is gonna? Because somebody told me that this shit is gonna turn into some Resident Evil type shit. You know, when that time release, you know, do his thing. You feel me? You know, like, I was talking to Lord Jamar. Me and Lord Jamar were talking about it on his channel. Shout out, Lord, peace to Lord Jamar. You know what I'm saying? The Nation of God and Earth family over there. They've been some great endorsers for my channel. And I remember when I first started, you know, promoting miracle food to people, you know, Lord Jamal, one of the, you know, the first people that said, yo, man, what's up? Fuck with me. So
you talking about from Brand Nubian?
Yeah, Brand Nubian, Lord Jamal. Yeah. So me and him was talking, and we were talking about the Floyd Money Mayweather jab. And he was like, I was like, bro, I think this shit is on a time release. And you know, what do you think? Do you think it's on a time release and this shit is gonna turn to Night of the Living Dead, zombie, you know, apocalypse type of shit? Or you think that people are going to, you know, everybody's just gonna see the upper room at a certain time when the, you know, because it causes inflammation and, you know, all kind of stuff people are reporting in the CDC, with the CDC and things of that nature. You guys just go check it out. Do you think it's on a time release or something like that, though?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a gene editor. You know, it's going to take time to edit the genes. Once it edits your genes, once it's done, you know, then you be like, oh, okay, third arm. All right, now what do we do with this?
Because it just reminds me of this. It just reminds me of a plot from a movie that I was, you know, from a TV show, not a movie, a TV show I was watching. The TV show was called V. I don't know if you ever heard of the TV show called
Vendetta.
Not V for Vendetta. That's the movie. That's a nice little movie too. But TV show, name of the TV show is called V, and so the TV show is about. It came out in about 2012 or 10 or something, I want to say. And so the TV show, just Google, is on Netflix or something like that. And so these beings come to Earth, right? And they are Caucasoid looking, and under their skin, they're reptiles. They're really shape-shifting reptilian. First and foremost, yeah. How do you? What is your take on the reptile thing?
We the reptilians.
Of course. I'm talking about the shape-shifting ones that you were talking about earlier. The ones that know how to shape-shift.
No, those are draconians.
Aha!
We the reptilians, those are draconians.
So you're saying the reason why our skin get ashy and our skin peels because of our reptilian genes?
Well, it's the fluoride in the water. Fluoride is a drying agent. That's why our skin is getting ashy, because it doesn't make no sense. When do you get ashy? When you get out the shower? You mean your skin is dry as soon as you get out of the water? Yeah,
Oh,
your
that's
skin is dry. Why is your skin
damn.
dry? I thought you were in a desert, your skin dry. I thought you was in, no, I've been in the water for 10 hours. So as soon as you get out the water, you should be moist, damp, wet, not dry. Oh, well, we put fluoride in the water. That's why.
So you trying to tell me if it was just natural water, no fluoride, we wouldn't even be peeling by the skin like this and having all these disorders? Because remember they got those. So do you believe they got those healing pools, like the water that's so alkaline, you jump in the pool and it heals you? Anything?
Yeah, now this is a crazy thing, especially in America. But what if I told you water is supposed to hydrate you, not dry you out?
Right.
Your ass get out the shower, be dry. You need some calamine lotion.
But you believe in those little oasis pools where the alkaline content of the water is like a Dr. Sebi Usha Institute or some shit, and you hop in the water and the water heals you?
Yeah, like the Fountain of Youth that Ponce de Leon was looking for in Florida. That's why Florida has the highest rate of retirees. Why are all the retirees going down to Florida? Because that's where Ponce de Leon went looking for the Fountain of Youth.
And you believe the Fountain of Youth exists, like an actual real fountain?
No. Not a literal real fountain.
I do, bro. I believe in the inner earth. I believe inside the earth, in the inner earth. That's where all of they say the kingdom of heaven is within.
Well, okay. Let's go with that. If there's a fountain of youth and a kingdom of heaven is within, the fountain of youth is your genitals.
Well, let's analyze this. Let's analyze the fact that ever since man has been around, there's always been stories of his exploits in longevity and age. The Bible is not the only book that says that we've lived hundreds and hundreds of years due to the fact that our consciousness can extend, matter into whatever our consciousness wants to extend matter into. It is also, stories and evidence that show that we were way taller than what we are now, and that those times were not that long ago. So being all, you say we're the reptilians. So are the reptilians and the Anunnaki one and the same, or are we reptilian and Anunnaki, or are we a hybrid? What are we?
Well, yes.
We're the Africans, we're the Native Americans, we're the reptilians, we're the gods, we're the goddesses, we're the hybrids. What are we? Yeah. Yes, you say yes and no. Go.
All right. So when you're dealing with the Anunnaki, only one of the Anunnaki was a reptilian. That was Inky. Mm-hmm. Oh, the Anunnaki are reptilian. No, the Anunnaki are not reptilian.
No, the Anunnaki are the black gods.
Right.
That they speak about in the gods versus the Titans.
Now, if you Google Inky, E-N-K-I, just Google it and hit images, a reptilian is going to come up. Google
it. Because in our motherland, a lot of serpent symbolism and reptile symbolism represented the Kundalini and the dragon.
Right.
So
yeah.
So a lot of those reptiles you see were represent. But think about it, bro. Right now, there's a big old reptile statue in Bolivia that they worship. They worship reptiles. Plenty of stories. The part of our brain that says the R complex, right, shows that we got a big reptilian heritage. The fact that our skin peels, whenever the dead cells of our skin become dead, they peel off like a reptile's peel, like a snake sheds its skin. And I always implore, what's everybody's obsession with these dinosaurs, these reptiles, and everybody's obsession with these reptiles called dragons, but they're not reptiles, they're draconians, right? What's everybody's obsession with oh, the crocodile and the damn alligator. See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile, right? Snakeskin boots, and it had to be, this type of reptile skin leather, and so even in our folklore in Africa, you see a whole bunch of lore where the blacks and the reptiles were laying in bed together, doing their thing. And so I always tell people, I said, the Moors report to the reptiles, and the reptiles report to the archons, and the archons report to Saturn, and Saturn report to the Orion queens. Now, as far as the hierarchy goes, but do you think that there are actual, do you think like the Queen of England is a shape-shifting reptile like David Icke says, and that other girl, what's the other girl name, that reported the certain powers that be shape-shifted like reptiles and things? That do you think there are actual shape-shifting reptiles that are in our government and throughout our system?
Well, let me ask you this: who did David Icke get that information from?
Credo Mutwa.
Credo Mutwa. One of David Icke's most famous quotes is that the smartest man he's ever met in his whole life was Credo Mutwa.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
I tell people, everybody always asks, how was David Icke able to do that and not get killed? Because he had a shaman, Credo Mutwa, on his team. And so, because everybody always wonder, how was David Icke able to reveal all that about the elite and they didn't touch him? And I said, because he had magic and sorcery from Credo Mutwa. He was tied to a shaman. They can't touch him. He's tied to magic.
Now, what did Credo Mutwa tell you about the reptilians?
He told you that they came from the Dogon star.
Well,
the dog star.
The reptilian story was all allegorical, metaphorical.
Oh, okay.
Credo, he said there were never any shape-shifting green people. David Icke told you that. But if you go back to his source never said that. See, this is the thing about the white. What did Malcolm X tell you? He said only a fool will let his enemy teach his children. Don't go to David Icke. David Icke don't know shit. That's the whisper game. I'm gonna whisper in your ear, you whisper in their ear, they whisper, and then by the time they get back to so and so, now this is shape-shifting reptilians. When he told you that, the first person, the source, told you that was all metaphorical, allegorical, but then the white boy took the shit seriously. Just same thing with the devil. We told you there was higher self, there was lower self. You went and back and you told everybody there's a devil. No, nigga, I didn't say a devil. I said lower self. Devil. No, red chakra. The root chakra is red. Red devil. He said, I heard him say red. I heard him say devil. Oh my God. It's just what the European does. He'll take what we say, flip it, and go run the town. The story of Bebop. Miles Davis was in a small, quaint hole in the wall, and he was playing a song. A white reporter was enthused because he never heard anything like that. He goes up to Miles Davis. He says, "What are you playing?" He says, "Bebop." The song Miles Davis was playing was called Bebop. That was the name of the song. The white boy went and told everybody the style of music that he was playing was called Bebop. That's what the European does.
Mm-hmm.
He's a universal F up. The European has the ability to F up a wet dream. Don't let him. That's why we need to stop letting that white boy tell the damn history.
They got there's a DVD. I don't know if you ever seen it, but if there's a DVD that's out, it's a 4-hour DVD with Credo Mutwa and David Icke together, and Credo Mutwa says it out. Go look it up, brother. So I don't know if he retracted his statement, but Credo Mutwa says it out his own mouth that the beings of the Sirius constellation, the Dog Star, came and they made it with his tribe. He He is the and around his neck he has around his neck he has a reptile. He has a reptile figure with a donut with a donut ankh around the cock of the reptile figure. And they asked him what that means. He said, that is when we became one and made it with the reptiles. And they asked him, who are the reptiles? And he said, they come from the dog star. So this is what Kratos said out of his own mouth in the 4-hour interview with David Icke. He didn't say no metaphorical shit. He completely went straight and said, and they got plenty of reports in Africa of black people reporting that the mermaids or the mer people that are coming out of the water are black reptoids.
That's facts. That's facts. Not to cut your wisdom. That's facts. Now, did Credo Moutois say that, or did Credo Moutois? No. Credo Moutois said the Queen of England. Number one, he didn't say anything about Sirius. He didn't say anything about Africa. He went to the royal bloodline. Now I'm gonna tell you what Credo Moutois was referring to when he was talking about those royal bloodlines. He was talking about the vampires. Old boy is talking about these peaceful people. They don't eat babies. They're not doing any devious demonic things. Over there, he's talking about bloodsuckers. So now you've got what they call blue bloods.
Mm-hmm.
The blue bloods are a royal bloodline.
Oh, listen, bro. I know for a fact I've ran across vampire magicians who practice vampiring magic. I've run across Satanists who sacrifice children and babies and goats. I've come across chaos magicians who sacrifice virgin women on certain fucking holidays. I've come across cannibals. I've come across all kind of manner of bestiality. I've seen motherfuckers who practice bestiality. I've seen people who are doing the most perverted and inverted shit that you ever want to see in the name of magic. I've seen magical rituals and hazing rituals where they make them eat shit, drink piss, drink semen, drink blood, drink pus, drink mucus, and most of them got to accept some type of a sexually transmitted disease in order to be a part of the gang, because the name of the game is chaos and hurt and death and pain. Okay? And so, I've seen the lowest of the low happen to people practicing wicked, perverted black spiritualities, black higher sciences, or extraterrestrial technologies. So I wanted to say that. I wanted to say that because, man, I done seen some things done in the name of magic, in the name of sorcery, in the name of casting spells and doing rituals that have brought people to certain levels and heights of life that you can't mistake it. They did a ritual and now they're there. And these were, white, black, Hispanic, Asian people. So I got to take into account and the factor of the nature of sorcery and magic and all of this shit, bro. Like our whether you believe it or not, they got a whole bunch of beings in our government that dress up in robes and they go and they go around and they go do heinous crimes in the name of conjuring these certain plagiarized black spiritual doctrines. When you're talking about Baphomet, that is an inverted, perverted version of the ram and the goat in African spirituality. Okay, when you're looking at the inversion and the perversion and how Crest went from Crest to Christ, right? You know what I'm saying? And all of these things, I don't want to, mislead the people and make them think that, hey, these people are just pedophiles and they like to fuck with children. No, they're accomplishing a certain goal, drinking adrenochrome. They're trying to accomplish a certain magical goal, killing 8 people, 9 people at your astral world party. So they're trying to, accomplish a goal. So That's why I asked you earlier, you know, how do you feel about black people actually practicing magic, sorcery, the kind that battles the shit that's happening to them right now in front of their face, being practiced by known Satanists. Marilyn Manson is a known Satanist. All of the rappers love Marilyn Manson. All of them. Go look it up. All of them are tied to Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson is a priest of the Church of Satan.
Well, no, that's not true. Marilyn Manson is a gimmick. He was just doing those things. There was a lot of rumor and stuff like that to sell albums. Same thing with Lil Nas X. Lil Nas X ain't even gay. He's just trying to sell albums.
Listen,
even these rappers, the rappers aren't gangbangers. They're just saying it to sell albums.
Man, listen, I tell people that's called chaos magic, bro. When you lie and you live another life that you don't really live so that you can make other people go and do your bidding. That is called sorcery, bro. That is called sorcery. All right, think about this. Marilyn Manson, 30 years straight. And remember, you think it's a gimmick. I know he's not a gimmick because I know Satanists. I know actual occult Satanists, bro. You feel me? And so, you ready for this? I've heard from true occult Satanists that Marilyn Manson is a high-ranking priest, not just any priest. So much so, I just did a thing on Marilyn Manson when he just did a thing with Roddy Ricch, Kanye West, and Justin Bieber, and they did the magical ritual. And next thing you know, the shit at the Astroworld happened. And then next thing you know, they did another ritual celebrating their kill. Celebrating their hoax, celebrating, all of the things that are going on because of their magic. So, number one, Marilyn Manson has always preached in his music. And remember, music is the language of the magician. Trust me. Always remember that. If you could put together some song, you could put together a spell. Easy. Because that's what a song is. All right? If Lil Uzi Vert, Rick Ross, Jay-Z, and if he's such a puppet and he's such a gimmick, then all of these top-ranking Boule members, all of these top-ranking Skull and Bones members, all of these top-ranking Freemasonic members would not be paying him homage. Because he's just a gimmick, brother. Now, is it a coincidence that he was at the Travis Scott event the night of the 9 children being murdered? And we know that Marilyn Manson. Yeah, he was present there. Him, who else? Heartbreak Drake, huh? Roddy Ricch, Master P. You got to have New Orleans in the building. Come on now, Master P, SZA. The game. You had the witch. You had the glamour witches. Kylie and Kendall. Huh? It was the perfect grounds for. It was the perfect grounds for a magical frequency. Everybody said it was like the concert from hell. But guess what? I even show you how the shit was a hoax. My man from Industry Hoax channel showed me the footage where they're rehearsing the fucking stampede. Crisis actors rehearsing the stampede at the Astroworld thing, man. Go check it out, Astroworld Hoax. But, to each their own. I'm just saying, bro, like there's a big thing out here that says that these people are practicing ancient black sorcery and black people are just moseying on down along while everybody get rich off this shit but them.
Have you ever heard of emo?
Who?
Emo.
Who's that?
It's that style that Marilyn Manson is a part of.
Oh, yes. I thought you were talking about like a new rapper or a new artist or something. Yes. Okay, yes.
Right. So emo came from who was the first person to do emo?
Remember they got emo rap. Remember Uzi Vert is an emo rapper. Yes, remember Uzi Vert is an emo rapper. He pays homage to his father. He calls Marilyn Manson his father.
Well, the father of emo is Vlad the Impaler.
Mm-hmm.
So
which is now current day Vlad TV. Who is impaling black people right now? Digitally. Vlad TV, nigga. What do you mean?
Now, Vlad the Impaler was famous for doing what? Drinking blood.
Mm-hmm.
So now, when we're talking about these aliens, if you're going to compare David Icke to Credo Mutwa, David Icke was focusing on the draconian star system, in contrast to Credo Mutwa talking about the Sirius star system. So the draconian star system is going to allude to a lot of your European dynasty. That's why a lot of them drink blood. If you go look up the royal disease, the royal disease was porphyria. So what porphyria does is makes you ultra sensitive to light. You can't go into the sun. During the daytime, when the sun is out, you get paralysis. What does that mean? You can't move. So that's why they say vampires sleep during the day. No, they're not asleep. They're just in a state of paralysis. This is porphyria. In real life, porphyria is called the vampire disease, so you can't move. So now porphyria, because you're sensitive to light, because your sun needs light, but because your skin needs light. But because your skin is not getting light, the skin starts to tighten and draw back. When the skin draws back,
they got a movie. They got a movie about what's that movie about them people that's in the trailer? They got to drink the blood because they can't go in the sun, man. It's a recent movie. And they drink the blood and stuff, and they got to eat every 6 months or some shit. They eat normal food and shit, but like every 6 months, they got to drink blood or kill a human and drink blood in order so their genes don't eat away at them or some shit like that.
Let me read this to you, brother. It says scientificamerican.com. Interestingly, the heme pigment is robust enough to survive digestion and is absorbed from the intestine, parentheses, even though the protein comes from the hemoglobin are broken down. This means that in principle, it is possible, and this is the highlighted part, it is possible to relieve symptoms of porphyria by drinking blood. So this emo style and the Satanism is coming from Vlad, the vampire, the draconian, not from Sirius, because Sirius had nothing to do with porphyria. The people from Sirius had nothing to do with eating babies, drinking blood. But we're going to see with this this draconian bloodline. Remember, Vlad was from the Order of the Draco. Go look up Vlad the Impaler. He's from the Order of the Draco. So now, draconian ritual book. Okay, so you're tapped in. So now his family, remember the Queen of England is within Vlad's bloodline. Queen Victoria, she suffered from porphyria. King James, the guy who wrote the Bible, he suffered. These are all in the same bloodline. They all suffered from porphyria. They were blue bloods, and the only way to relieve their symptoms was to drink blood. This is going to be from the draconian star system. That they were tapped into that Draco energy. That's why they're vampire-like. In addition to that, when your skin gets tight, the gums get tight as well, and they recede. Remember, the longest teeth you have in your mouth are your canines. Why? Because your canines are responsible for ripping and tearing, so they have to be anchored into the mouth. So when you suffer from porphyria, your gums draw back. These teeth, they fall out. These side teeth, they fall out. The only teeth you're left with is your fangs. So you got these people, they're paralyzed during the day, they can't move. Their gums have receded, so the only teeth in their mouth are their fangs. The skin has receded, so their fingernails.
So you think that's I heard somebody say that porphyria was a curse that was put on a particular family, and that's because they say it's so rare. They say it's so rare to get. Do you think that was a curse that a witch put on? I think they said only like 30 families in the whole world got that shit.
Right now, if you have porphyria, this is a part of the royal bloodline. Remember, these people were seriously inbreeding. That's why we call them blue bloods. The blue bloods were people that only bred with other blue bloods. This is a blood type. Now, this is the thing.
We are the reptilians. Our blood is not red. Blood is green. It only turns red when it touches oxygen. Our blood, plant blood, is magnesium based. Our blood is iron based. Those white people, those blue bloods, their blood is copper based. That's why their blood is blue, because it's copper based. The plant blood is green because it's magnesium based. Your blood and my blood is greenish, but it's more brown because it's iron based, but the iron has rusted. When iron rusts, it turns brown. So now you understand these people, this bloodline, this is a bloodline that is not of anything from Earth. This royal blue bloodline is an alien bloodline from the draconian star system. That's why when
you don't believe that black people are the aliens?
No, yeah. We are aliens, but
like, do you believe that black people are all over the galaxies? Like, do you believe that Earth is our only domain, or do you believe that we're all over? You know, when if you were to go to Andromeda right now, you're gonna see some black folk.
Yeah, there was never a time when man did not exist. There was a time when Earth did not exist. There was never a time when man did not exist. This is the argument of the prokaryote and the eukaryote. Go back.
They said there was never a time when man did not exist.
There was never a time when man did not exist. Go back to the cartoon Spider-Man. Who is Spider-Man's arch nemesis? Well, in the cartoons, it was Venom. How did Venom get to Earth? Venom got to Earth. Well, it's not Venom, it's the symbiote. The symbiote got to Earth. He came into Earth. When the symbiote came into Earth, the symbiote was black. The symbiote was ultra sensitive to sound. What is the symbiote in Spider-Man? And the symbiote would cover you. What's the symbiote?
The symbiote in Spider-Man. Venom, huh?
The symbiote is melanin.
Oh, melanin is black. Yeah.
The symbiote is melanin. Now
that's why they call it the evil, because it got to be black. Mm-hmm.
It was a prokaryote, a cell, a melanated cell that grew on this planet. Black people come from prokaryotes. White people come from eukaryotes. Just like black people have neuromelanin, white people have eumelanin or phenomelanin.
Yeah.
A low grade standard of what we are. We're the iPhones.
We just showed you. They only got like 20%, melanin in their system. You know what I'm saying? That's very interesting. So the story of Yakub and grafting them, what's that all about? What's that all about? That's another way that they came about. That's a whole other way that white folk came about, right? I mean, do you believe that they came about in one way, or do you believe they came about in multiple different ways? Well, like the iPhone, you said the Android. So do you think multiple different people was trying to make an Android when, or what?
Yeah, white people do not have a homogeneous origin, meaning they don't all come from one specific place. We know that there were two types of white people in the not too far future. Mm-hmm. There were the Highlanders and the Lowlanders. The Highlanders were
the TV show Highlander.
The Highlanders were in the Caucasus Mountains. The Lowlanders were in the land of Canaan, or what we now call Palestine, or some people call it Israel. So the leader of the Highlanders, his name was Conan. Conan was the leader of the Highlanders. They were the ones who were truly in the Caucasus Mountains. The ones who were the Lowlanders, it was said that they had leprosy, or they became white by another way than the Highlanders became white. And just as you were saying, another theory is through climate change. I have to be honest with you, brother. In the winter, like this right here, bro, in the wintertime, I get white.
Hey, bro, listen, you ready for this? I was locked up, and they used to keep us inside of this jail cell and inside of this cell, and you know, they never used to let us outside, and you know, months and months passed, and I got shades lighter. Yes, I did.
My cousin, you know, I would have never, and I have never mentioned my cousin until you said that. My cousin came out of jail. He's my favorite cousin. Everybody loved my cousin. He came out of jail, light skin, bright skin. I was like, yo, you bright as hell.
You ready for this? Listen, that's how you know, because when you're being a dog, damn, that's crazy. Because look at when a baby comes out of the womb, right? A baby be way lighter than what they're actually gonna be.
All
They
facts.
be way that it's like that darkness makes you actually real light. Darkness actually brings the light. Like, you know what I mean? So that RH negative, that's that Peoria vampirism, or what's the RH negative shit about?
I believe the RH negative is the monkey gene. Now, if you look at it, there's going to be a certain amount of pseudoscience around that. They say people with the RH negative, they're smarter than other people, they're better, hand-eye coordination, and you know, just like really propaganda. You know, the Nazis are the best. USA, you got to say Pledge of Allegiance before school every day. You know, it was just that same old bullshit that, you know, we hear about how white people are so great. Yeah, when you're dealing with this blood type, now, number one, there's not 4 blood types. That's a lie. There's 4 European blood types. One of the oldest blood types is called Duffy negative. And you know why you never heard of that? Because white people don't have it. So those 4 blood types are basic blood types. There's over 1,000 blood types. There's over 1 million blood types. Somebody during this live was referring to Henrietta Lacks. You know, whatever it is in our blood, scientists don't even know yet. But I guarantee you, they looking to see what's in our blood versus what's in their blood. But that RH negative blood is definitely monkey blood, because a lot of them have you know, they were spliced, they were invented, they are not a natural people. I call them Tamahu. Well, it's not that I call them Tamahu. The ancients called them Tamahu. A guy by the name of Jean Champollion. He translated the Medu Neter from out of Egypt. He translated 3 words. I forgot the 3rd word, but one word was Cleopatra. The other word was Tamahu. Tamahu means created white people. Jean Champollion was the one who using the Rosetta Stone, he decoded the Medu Neter, and the 3rd word he translated was Tamahu, which means created white people. Not all of them are created. Hell, not even all of them are white. The reality is, what did Hitler tell you? Unless they got blonde hair and blue eyes, they not white. A lot of these Sicilians, a lot of these Italians, a lot of these Irish, a lot of these Scottish, a lot of these Welsh, they're black. They're just our bastard children.
Right. For real. Man, so I know one thing for certain, 2 things for sure. Bro, me and you gotta do this again, bro. I gotta come to your channel. You gotta come to my channel. We gotta do a part 2. And we gotta do it. We gotta do it soon, man. We gotta do it soon, because I gotta cut it short. Because we've been on this joint, but we about to be going on. We killed the game. We done killed the algorithm.
I've never gone for this long. I wouldn't have done it for anyone other than you.
Man, likewise, bro. I haven't gone this long. I never went this long before. And I would have, yes, definitely, brother. I would have done it for nobody other than you, man. Crumb TV, I couldn't wait to have this talk with you. I said, I can't wait to pick this dude brain. I see what he be posting. I see what he be having, you know, ready in the queue. And I said, let me subscribe to this, man. You know what I'm saying? So y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to Crumb TV. You feel me? Make sure, man, and let everybody know, you know, let everybody know how your movement and how they can get in touch with you and everything like that.
Yeah, much gratitude for having me on.
It really means the world to me. Yes, I am your humble brother, the master student. My platform is called Crumb TV. You can find me on YouTube under Crumb TV. But my website is crumbtv.info. Crumbtv.info is my website. You can find the links to everywhere else that I'm at over there. This January 23rd, I will be in New Jersey. There's only 100 tickets. I've sold 53 already. I will be hosting a roundtable discussion on how our people can buy our own city. I'm not just a guy who sits behind, a computer on the internet. I really be in these streets. So rock with me. If you rock with me, I want to leave you the exact same way I came to you. Thank you so much.
All day.
Peace.
All day, man. Peace, man. And y'all already know what it is, man. Great show. Until next time. And then, man, that was wonderful, bro. That was lit. We got to do that again. Peace.